Hello, and good morning, everyone. Um, Welcome to Wheaties uh, conference on Prepare and Protect the Threat of Ransomware to the U.S. Healthcare Industry. I'm Charles Steller, President and CEO of Wheatie. It's a pleasure to uh, open the conference, to set the stage, and to then turn it over to Tina and Marilyn, who are co-chairing the Privacy and Security Work Group at Wheatie. For just an introduction to the topic, I doubt that anyone is hearing this for the first time. We know what happened in late October when the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, FBI, and HHS presented to the world that ransomware and I call it mischief was well underway, and they had credible information, seeing an increase in imminent cybercrime threat to U.S. hospitals and healthcare providers. As a result, in discussions internally and then with our privacy and security work group co-chairs, we put together this particular conference in hopes of looking at various aspects of the issue. It's a serious and costly issue, and we'll have some examples of that shortly. It is a money issue, in my opinion. You know, certainly the reason for the crime is obviously for money and maybe for other points of joy, but certainly our discussions today will bring us to hearing more about how people have dealt with it, what they need to be aware of, and then the presentations will certainly direct us in towards a better understanding. So as I mentioned, it's a pleasure to introduce Tina and Marilyn, the co-chairs of the Wheatie work group on privacy and securities. So I'll kick it back to you.
Thank you, Charles. This is Tina Grandy with the Healthcare Leadership Council, and I'm so pleased to be here with Charles and Marilyn today. Marilyn and I have been, managing Wheatie's Privacy and Security Work Group for over a year now. And I'm sure many of you on the webinar today are already members of the work group, but we also encourage those of you who might not be to join us in our monthly discussions that relate to security, cybersecurity, and privacy of health information. Lots going on in that area, and probably even more to come in 2021, but we wanted to thank everybody for joining us, and I will turn it over to Marilyn now for her opening comments. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Tina and Charles. I'm glad to be with everyone today. The work group that Tina and I have the pleasure of co-chairing talks about and deals with a number of emerging trends and topics related to privacy, security, cybersecurity, and really all of the growth and industry practices that have come out of the HIPAA privacy and security frameworks, as well as things that come out from Nist, the HHS CISA, really a number of federal agencies and a number of state requirements that impact a variety of business operations and a variety of products that are offered to consumers. We're really happy to offer this program today, and we hope that you all find it very timely and beneficial. I think that you'll see from the breadth of the topics that we've selected and the the experience of our speakers, we really have tried to compile a vast and diverse group of expertise that can speak to different components of ransomware, as the ransomware has been constantly occurring in the health industry. As Charles mentioned earlier, we have seen a very strong uptick recently with respect to the health sector. And so we hope that you find the information informative and that it offers you a number of practical solutions for dealing with this should you have the unfortunate opportunity to be a victim of ransomware or have some penetration in terms of your systems.
Thanks, Marilyn. That's wonderful. We've got today's schedule up here at a glance for everybody. It's a full day of a blend of government panelists and private sector panelists that Marilyn and I will be co-moderating throughout the day. We do have a lunch break at 12:30 for folks to get up and get away from their computer screens and take a quick break. But I think today, as Marilyn noted, is going to be a big day of learning. We will be hearing from experts, best practices, things to look towards in the future as it relates to cyber readiness. And we are excited for a full day of learning a lot. So I think we're turning it over to Axway right now to talk a little bit about their sponsorship of our webinar.
Thank you. This is Ruby. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm Ruby Rayleigh. I lead the healthcare and life sciences team at Axway. I'm very happy to help sponsor this valuable event. Axway has been focused on securing the front door of healthcare organizations, financial organizations, supply chain organizations for more than 20 years. Some of you on the call with old memories might remember us as Tumbleweed. So we're very well known for this. In today's world, we're working on API security, partnered with a number of organizations, really dealing with the interoperability rule security challenges as we try to open the door, but also protect ourselves from those who don't have the best interest at heart. And, I just want to thank Weedy for putting this together on such short notice. I think it speaks to their agility, the fact that they listen to industry, and I hope everyone today enjoys this session very, very much and gets a lot of value out of the posted content from us and the other sponsors. So thank you. Have a great day.
Tina, it's Marilyn. If I could just jump in for a minute. For those who are participating, we know that you may have a chat feature if you're new to this type of platform. As we move through our discussions today, if you have any questions, please type them into the chat box, which should be located in your menu in terms of an option. If you can submit those questions, we will be taking time today to ask them of our panelists, and that's one way that you can participate in this virtual format. If you're new to the platform or if you're unfamiliar with it, please send us a text and we'll try and get you some help for that.
Great. And also just a quick note for folks who are participating to mute their microphones when they're the microphones are muted. That's what I should say. Weedy's controlling. So folks will be muted throughout the day as we listen to our speakers. And I think we're really all set. We're 5 minutes ahead, but Charles, if you're ready and if Jeanette is ready, we could turn it over to you to start the conference itself.
Let's see, is Jeanette on? Let me just confirm that Jeanette is on.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning, Jeanette, and thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Jeanette Manfra, Director for Government Security and Compliance within the Google Cloud Office of the CISO. Jeanette is focusing on helping consumers, particularly those in regulated industries, build and maintain the highest level of security and trust in their technical infrastructure and services. Prior to joining Google, Jeanette was the Assistant Secretary for Cybersecurity and the Cyber and Infrastructure Agency within the US federal government. In that role, she was responsible for driving security modernization across federal civilian agencies, as well as enabling the security of critical infrastructure across the US. So with that, I'm going to turn over the microphone to Jeanette.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. And I just wanted to, I apologize really quickly. Am I presenting my slides or will somebody else be doing that for me?
Yes, you will be presenting them, Jeanette.
Okay. I apologize in advance if I mess up my Zoom screen sharing.
If you need, I can pull them up and you can just tell me when to advance.
That would be better. I think, I'm sorry, I had an issue earlier with the Zoom screen sharing. All right. Great. Thanks again. If you wouldn't mind going just to the first slide, maybe back a couple.
Is it this one?
That's fine. We'll just start there. I think I had a
Oh.
So I just wanted to, just for a little bit of context for myself, and thank you so much for the intro, and thanks to the team for putting this on and giving me the opportunity to speak with everybody. So currently I'm the Director for Government Security and Compliance at Google. We're establishing an organization under our newly hired CISO, Phil Venables. He's coming over to us from Goldman Sachs. He actually just started yesterday. I have been with Google about a year. Prior to that, I spent about 20 years in the public sector between time in the Army and then working at the Department of Homeland Security, building the organization that's now called Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency. And in our role there that some of you may be familiar with, my most recent job there was leading the Cybersecurity Directorate. But we had US CERT, ICS CERT, responsibility for partnering in case of healthcare with Health and Human Services to ensure that the public health sector had information from the government as relevant and create partnerships. At Google, somewhat of a similar role in many ways. What my primary role is helping to make sure that we're, build strong partnerships with industries and our customers, making sure that both you can understand what Google can do if you're a customer of Google, but then also broader partnerships with folks like yourselves. And today, I wanted to talk just a little bit about ransomware in particular, since everyone here is dealing with this, though of course there's many security issues, but really wanted to focus in on ransomware in particular. So starting off, when I talk to folks, both when I was in the government and as well as on the outside, really think about how, when an organization is going through a broader digital transformation, how we can help modernize security as a part of that digital transformation. In particular, important for healthcare companies, work a lot with healthcare companies who are turning to the cloud, oftentimes for cost efficiencies and other reasons, but really building off of that cloud capability to help with some of our data security challenges and other evolving threats. So on ransomware, We pulled up a couple of statistics here, the first two are somewhat daunting, but just that we've got an increase in the third quarter of 2020 from daily ransomware attacks, with the healthcare sector the most targeted globally among all other industries. Data breaches can cost the healthcare sector $429 per patient record, which is 60% more than all the other sectors. A somewhat positive statistic is the savings that you can realize on a total cost of a data breach when you deploy fully automated security capabilities versus those with no automation. I'm happy to take any questions about that, but my experience, whether you're dealing with on-prem or cloud, having a heavy focus in your layered defense in automating security capabilities is really important to be able to more quickly detect and remediate issues that humans just aren't quite fast enough on. So on the next slide, please. So this is probably not news to most of you, but from our perspective in talking to both healthcare customers as well as looking at broader industry trends, this is where we sort of see three reasons why the attackers are spending more time and effort on the healthcare industry. First, healthcare data is very rich in volume and value. And again, on medical identity fraud, it appears to be harder to detect than other types of fraud. So a very rich target environment in terms of the types of data. And I think many large healthcare organizations recognize this. It's also important to know that many small healthcare organizations, their data is just as rich and as valuable in the types and the quantity of it as well. So it's important to make sure that we're bringing those small organizations into this conversation as well. Again, healthcare organizations can be slow to update infrastructure for a variety of reasons, including the complexity of having operational technology that needs to be continuously run, and it can be difficult to take offline to update. Compliance, patient safety, a lot of very complicated things come into play when talking about updating your technology. And so healthcare organizations tend to be a little bit slower to update, which makes them, again, a softer target compared to other industries. And then kind of on that line is just, taking a hospital or healthcare technology system offline can have a direct impact to patient safety, which unfortunately makes healthcare targets just much more willing to pay a ransom, or at least there's a perception by these attackers that a healthcare company or organization is going to be much more willing to pay that ransom. So these are the three trends that we see that tend to make the healthcare industry as a whole a much richer target area for these unfortunate ransomware attacks. So on the next couple of slides, and really for the duration, I want to give some of our advice on how to think about protecting yourselves, and importantly, not just yourselves, but those that are involved in broader business relationships with you. And I know for those of you who are not necessarily security professionals, this can get overwhelming, or even for those of us who are security professionals, this can get rather overwhelming pretty quickly. There's a lot of tools and widgets and all sorts of things that people are talking about that, if you just buy this and deploy this, all your security problems will be solved. That is not the case. You really need to have a layered defense system. And in thinking about how you get to that, you cannot rely on just one sort of single technology or single defense that is going to prevent really any security attack, but that's inclusive of ransomware as well. However, if you don't have yet, either you're just beginning or you're modernizing, or you're thinking about making more investments into security, and you're not ready to sort of take all 10, 12 different layers in place, my best advice is to start with strong two-factor authentications. And again, this is not just for ransomware. This will help you in a lot of different security threat vectors, but focusing on strong two-factor authentication, such as a security key, There's a variety. Google has capabilities, a variety of others on, and when your employees and those that need to have access into your systems, making sure that you have strong minimum two-factor authentication. This will help minimize the spread of any sort of ransomware attack. It'll also help in your investigation. I think on the second part, which I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the second slide, is again, if you're doing kind of two just important things, that two-factor, but also what is your investigation or remediation, making sure that you have that in place, and you can, once you have that automation, you can identify that something's happened quickly, you can stop the spread, and then you can have a solution in place that will remediate. If we go on to the next slide. There's a few more details here around some more specific steps that I'll go into in a little bit of detail, and then would love to have any conversation or questions on the balance of time. So again, you could apply these for broader than just ransomware, but we've looked at some of the most popular attack vectors for ransomware in particular, and specific techniques that you can employ to be able to stop those. So first, block malware files. Second most popular ransomware attack vector is email phishing. They like to use links, attachments, possibly both. They're trying to trick users into taking some sort of action. They can oftentimes, they become much more sophisticated. They can come from a known contact, asking a user to enter credentials for a bogus purpose. Again, this is why it's important to have with your business relationships, that you have shared solutions and you can identify. We've seen scenarios where an attacker would do some good research. They would identify that there was a trusted business relationship. They would get into that organization's account and phish based off of what would appear to be a trusted relationship, but was actually a hijacked email. I'll say within Google Workspace or G Suite, we have advanced phishing and malware protection. We also have capabilities that touch on a little bit later around advanced protection program. These are things that not just Google, but other email providers and can provide for you. So make sure that you're taking advantage of those advanced phishing, malware, and user protection services for whoever your email provider is. I would also make sure that you're looking at things like VirusTotal that can inspect for known ransomware within your healthcare system. And so make sure, really focusing on how are we stopping those malware files from coming in. Limiting web attacks. Poison DNS caches can give your web browser or another internet application a malicious IP address. So in essence, instead of going where you want to go, you're sent to a fake site. That forged website can then upload ransomware to your PC or to one of your employees' PC. It can grab username, password, account numbers. I think, thinking about safe browsing is a capability that's offered via Chrome as a browser. So look at what are there are different detection and blocking capabilities you can put in to limit these web activities, but also thinking about the types of browsers that you're allowing your organization to use. From on Google side's safe browsing currently is protecting about 4 billion devices from a range of deceptive sites and downloads. We automatically update it every 6 weeks so that you have all of the latest security fixes and features. Account takeovers, I touched on this a little bit. Again, it's used in ransomware, common, more security, broader security. Again, really look at your email provider, whether it's our advanced protection program, if you use us, or your other provider. Look at making sure that the people who, particularly high profile individuals, and don't always think about those individuals who are the most senior people in the company, but those who have a high target value. They're involved in procurement decisions, or they run a big system. Really look at enrolling them in whatever your email provider's advanced protection capabilities are. From our perspective, we've yet to see anyone participating in our program that's been successfully phished, and I know some of our competitors have similar capabilities. Patching vulnerabilities, I'm not going to go into this too much. I know this is, again, it can be difficult for healthcare companies, but really thinking about how you can prioritize patching your software vulnerabilities. This comes in third among the most common ransomware delivery methods, exploiting known software vulnerabilities. So getting that unpatched software up to date, again, whether if you're on cloud, for the most part, your cloud provider will be taking that, or other software that you have that's critical to your organization. Identify those and make sure that you're patching those and investing in that. I know these can be difficult to implement, particularly when you're a very large federated organization and have very critical pieces of software. But again, it's a very common delivery method. And then again, I'm going to kind of skip the next couple. They're fairly obvious, but when you have your cloud service provider, make sure that you are clear about how they are handling the administration, construction, maintenance of your services, and really focusing on taking care of a lot of those updates and backups for you. One of the things that we talked a lot about when I was in government and continue to talk about is one of the most important things you can do in addition is keeping your files backed up. So as a part of your disaster recovery plan, making sure you have incident response plans, disaster recovery plans in place, and making sure that you've got hot backups so that you can automatically or manually switch those on. Again, I know that can be complicated in operational technology that a lot of hospitals and healthcare companies use, but between patching your software vulnerabilities, blocking malware, keeping your files backed up, and that two-factor authentication, you can really make a huge difference in your ability to withstand a ransomware event. So those are high-level sort of themes and advice that I would give you. I would say that I think we have a few more minutes left, and I'd love to just take any questions at this point, or any areas that you'd like to dive further into. I know this is a really challenging environment now for healthcare, and I just want to continue to partner with you all and learn how we can help you through these challenges. And I just grabbed my chat. So automating threats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeanette. I was just going to. You're reading the chat function, and that's perfect. So you can see some of the questions that are being presented. So please continue.
Okay. So from Gina, regarding automated threats, is this automatic alerts on events or stopping or sandboxing the behavior? I would say it's both and more. The more automation you can have in place, and even automating your asset management, and so that you understand the totality of the devices that are connected, and what software versions you're running. Having automated asset management, automated identity management really can provide you with a foundation for strong security tools to be able to take advantage of that should there be an incident. And then, various different, there's a lot of different companies around that can help you with automating alerts. But, the way that I always thought about it and continue to think about it is a lot of organizations, including government ones that I worked with, where you had humans doing a lot of manual work. So a lot of threat data being shared via XML and a variety of other formats, where you then would have SOC analysts trying to digest that information, put it into various databases. And so the goal is really to change that operational paradigm. And again, if you have a strong foundation of automated asset management and identity management capabilities, and you can to start to set policies and guardrails that will automatically alert you when something out of policy, however you set that, is happening. So a suspicious user, that either it's anomalous behavior that a normal user with that credential wouldn't have, or somebody trying to access applications or systems that they shouldn't have. So that's like, those are the types of things that I would think about when automating. You can get very, very complicated on the automation, but I would start to make sure you have that foundation around assets identity, and then and look to automate your threat ingest, and to the extent you can, automate prevention. Is two-factor still entirely, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Gina, another question for, what are your thoughts on Microsoft Office 365's ATP for security of files and emails? I cannot comment in depth on Microsoft's capabilities. I would definitely direct that to Microsoft. I can tell you that in general, Microsoft and Google, cloud email providers have very, very strong protections in place. To encourage you to, as you're thinking about the cloud, many organizations are a bit frightened of it because it's very different, but in fact, much of the security is being handled by your cloud provider, and it takes both the cost and the operation, both the actual dollar cost and the operational cost off your plate. But I would encourage you to talk to Microsoft for more detail. Is two-factor still entirely safe after RSA breach? I would say two-factor for me is more of a concept. I'm not speaking to a specific tool or capability. At Google, we have what's called a zero trust architecture, which means that we can connect from anywhere. But we have all those policies and detection capabilities in place so that I can log onto my computer, but I have my password, and I also have a key that it's called a YubiKey that goes into the side of my computer. Some people will use tokens and other different ways. So it's really more about making sure that you have both something that your password, and then something that can independently also identify that it's you. So I think I would say it is absolutely safe, and if you can have more than two factors, even better. And so, but do start with that. I would say on two-factor too, think about the impact to employees. I think that I personally love what we do with, I'm not going to pull it out of my computer because it might knock me out, but I love just where we have a simple key that we put onto the side of our computer, and you just touch it every now and then. And it's very user friendly, but it raises your level of security. And YubiKeys are something that are now an open source available capability. Best way to train employees to follow safe practices. I think you can surely overdo this. There's definitely diminishing returns, but phishing training is very useful. And we see a lot of benefits. Now, again, if you're deploying a solution where you've got advanced protections in place, and particularly when it comes to cloud-based email offerings, a lot of these things are taken care of before the user, but most people aren't necessarily there yet. So I would really encourage thinking about phishing, because people can clearly see sort of both the impact of it's actually, you can be socially engineered, and you can be tricked. I was tricked, I will admit it, during phishing training. People, you're running 1,000,000 miles a minute. You're like, oh, somebody wants to talk to me about my, compensation for the year. Got it, I'll click in. And luckily I didn't fill anything in. I realized pretty quickly what was going on. But really think about those types of real life training. And phishing is a pretty low cost, easy to employ. Again, you can overdo it. You don't want to do it every couple of weeks. The other thing that's important is understanding as a part of your broader risk management that you have as an organization. One, making sure that cybersecurity is a part of that risk management, and it's not just thought of as a technical thing that happens off onto the side, but thinking about how an exercise of what would we do if ransomware impacted us, and getting and identifying all of those different key players, which are typically in the lines of business, or in a hospital, they're the ones that are actually delivering those patient services, and going through real life exercises, or virtual, as the case may be, where you practice these sorts of things, can really bring it to home for a doctor who may think that cybersecurity is something that others are taking care of, and start to get people to realize that they have a role to play in safe practices. Also, there's just a ton of really good guidance, I know, on healthcare specifically, that I'm sure we can follow up with. What were the top three common attacks? Email phishing and software vulnerabilities. The other one was malware, and so that was number 2. If a company has limited resources, what are the top 2 to 3 things you recommend? Before you even talk about resources, I would recommend that you think about try to define what your cyber risk is. So a few years ago, Nist worked with a lot of industry members to develop the Nist cybersecurity framework. I think it's a really excellent tool to get you started to think about not just what am I going to invest technically in or operationally, but how do I think about cyber as a risk to my business or my organization. And I think it's really important to get that at the most senior level possible of your organization. It can be very scary for a lot of people, and there's kind of 2 reactions. Either they sort of say, oh, well, my CISO and my technical team will just take care of it, or I don't think this happens too much anymore, or they just try to ignore it. These days, I don't think most people ignore it. But it's really important to bring business leaders, the practitioners in the organization, the board, if you have one, CEO, all of these different people together to really have a conversation about what your technology risk looks like. And then to be able to further break it down into I typically talk about it in terms of your IT risk. So those are your business services. And when you're talking with hospitals and others, your operational risk. So when you've got these, devices that are still running Windows XP and are connected, but are critical to delivering patient diagnoses and other things. We saw this happen where some of these devices were taken out in ransomware attacks. So it's really important to then further break down. Don't just think about as an email or a business application problem. It's important to think about that as well, but also make sure that you're representing that operational risk that unique healthcare technology presents. Then I think that's when you start your conversation about resources and, 2-factor authentication where it makes sense, updating if you can. And again, I know that's a hard investment to make sometimes, particularly when it's operational. But to the extent that you can update that, those software, legacy software vulnerabilities. And I think the third thing would be having a plan, making sure that you have built into disaster recovery plans, incident response plans for ransomware and cybersecurity impacts when you do have that risk actually come to play. So those would be the 3 things that I would think about investing in. Very small business in getting ready to add 2FA and our VPN for remote users. Do you recommend adding it to desktops that only access our network on cloud-based servers through username and password? I want to make sure if, Michelle, I'm not sure if I fully understand the question. So I think if I understand your question, you're asking, do you also add it to the desktops that are not, that are sort of on-site, you're not connecting via a VPN? I would recommend that. If they are connected to a network, there is probably a way for somebody to get in there. And if you're using cloud-based capabilities, then your provider, again, I can't speak generally, I can speak for us and some other of the big ones. Generally, they should have some of that capabilities built in. So that's I would encourage you to have that conversation with your cloud provider. And last question, elaborate on advanced protection. So advanced protection plan for if you're a G Suite, now we call it workspace, but if you use Gmail and in your business or actually personal, you can sign up for some additional capabilities to include two-factor authentication, as well as some additional threat detection and others. I can follow up with the organizers to send some more detail. I don't recall off the top of my head. I know Microsoft has a similar capability, but that would be what I would direct you to, is on our website, an advanced protection plan. You can go in there, you can sign up both as an individual user if you use Gmail at home, and also as an enterprise if you're using that through your business.
Jeanette, if possible, we do have one more question from Brian Wetter.
Oh. Any good strategies on patching in a highly virtual? Yes. To be honest, the best strategy there is using, again, I'll speak for Google. Those folks who are using our infrastructure, there is no patching. We're pushing out those updates. So again, that's at the infrastructure level. And I know that's the same for other large cloud providers. The rural staff is something that is a challenge, and something we actually also dealt with in the government. I don't want to make I don't have a great strategy off the top of my head, I'll be honest. It's trying to, I think, coordinating a regular routine, whether that's a patch Tuesday or whatever that is, but coordinating a regular routine with those organizations that are out in the field, and making sure that they have that availability if there are certain times that they do. And then I would also encourage you to think about, is you're modernizing your environment, how you can benefit from your service providers to be pushing some of those out. But the low bandwidth is a challenge that I don't have an awesome strategy for off the top of my head, but I could definitely follow up on that.
Jeanette, again, our deep appreciation for the points that you raised today, the presentation, for joining us, and again, thank you for being part of our program. I want to now turn it over to Marilyn Zygmunt-Luke to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Charles. I'm really happy to say that today we have Nicholas Heasters, who is the Senior Advisor for Cybersecurity, joining us from the HHS Office for Civil Rights. For many of you who work with this federal agency, you know that they really take a leadership role in terms of helping us identify the specific organizational responsibilities from a compliance perspective on a number of privacy, security, and cyber topics. And Nicholas is going to speak with us today about ransomware. He is a certified information privacy professional, and he has well over 25 years of experience supporting information and technology services across a variety of industries. And so without further ado, Nicholas, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Marilyn. So good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at WEDI. Before we get started, I'd just like to just have a mention that as we go through the presentation and talk about ransomware and other cybersecurity topics related to the Office of Civil Rights, that these are my opinions and do not represent legal advice or official policies of the OCR. We can go to the next slide. We're going to talk about ransomware and cybersecurity, but before we got there, I just wanted to remind folks, or if folks didn't realize that OCR had put out some of this information. We still are in the COVID-19 pandemic, and OCR had been pretty busy providing various guidance documents and information related to HIPAA responsibilities and HIPAA guidance with respect to COVID-19 type activities. So we have a dedicated COVID-19 page that reflects all of these HIPAA guidance materials and the frequently asked questions documents. Just a few of them that are on the slide currently. Beginning in February, we had our first bulletin regarding HIPAA and COVID-19. One of the major ones with respect to technology was OCR's notification of enforcement discretion with respect to providing healthcare services using telehealth as a technology. That was followed up quickly with a frequently asked questions guidance documents on providing telehealth, what those services look like and how they were reflective of the notice of enforcement discretion, to kind of expand on that a little bit. Also, guidance on disclosures for law enforcement, another notice of enforcement discretion. And I lost my thing there. Oh, there we go. And community-based testing, guidance for media and film crews, and guidance for COVID-19 contacting former patients about plasma donations. We can go to the next slide. And this is just a slide that kind of shows on our website where these materials are on the COVID-19 page. It is in the HIPAA for Professionals special topics. So if you do go to HIPAA for Professionals, on the left-hand side there are different, more specific HIPAA areas. One of those is special topics, and that is where the COVID-19 information lives. And we can go to the next page. Next slide, please. And as far as OCR's cybersecurity materials and ransomware guidance, more specifically, there is a cybersecurity guidance landing page that we have under the security rule materials. So again, if you go to the HIPAA for Professionals webpage under security, under there are various references for materials related to the HIPAA security rule. One of those is cybersecurity guidance. So there's a lot of good information here. This is where we have a repository of our cybersecurity newsletters. So if folks aren't aware of those, those are cybersecurity newsletters that OCR has released from time to time that touches upon different cybersecurity topics and how they may interact or intersect with HIPAA obligations or whatnot. There is also some, we can see here on the screen, there's a cybersecurity checklist. So this is just information that, and these kind of a quick hit checklist regarding responding to cybersecurity incidents of what entities should be doing if they are regulated by HIPAA. And that's been to make it even more easier to digest and to look at visually. There's also an infographic that represents what's in that checklist. And then we have our, as we can see on the screen, our ransomware guidance, which will be our topic for the remainder of today. We can go to the next slide. So the HIPAA ransomware guidance, the purpose was, and there's obviously some history to this. It was put out in, I believe, 2016. Up to that point, ransomware had been an increasing problem in the industry, not only in the healthcare industry, but other industries as well. In the 2014-2015 timeframe, there was an increasing recognition. There was an increasing attack surface or healthcare providers that had been subject to ransomware, such that we thought that it would be appropriate to be able to put out some information with respect to the ransomware, and especially ransomware within the healthcare sector space. So what the ransomware guidance does is it goes through a few different topic areas, and we'll discuss them. We'll touch upon them, but generally it reinforces and tries to provide some additional information regarding how to prevent, detect, contain, and respond to ransomware attacks. So we can talk about some of those. One of the things that, and the ransomware guidance is in the format of a frequently asked questions. So it's all about asking questions about ransomware with respect to HIPAA and healthcare entities, and OCR providing a response in the guidance. So one of the topic areas or question areas is, can HIPAA compliance help entities to prevent infections of malware, malware generally, but ransomware specifically? And we indicate that yes, it can. I mean, the HIPAA security rule represents a baseline of best practices, and it's not very prescriptive. Its design is to be flexible and scalable, which is part of rationale for why it is not overly prescriptive. But some of the requirements in the security rule include, having a security management process, and pieces of this standard require entities to conduct a risk analysis, which are going to identify threats and vulnerabilities to EPHI within the entity's enterprise. And then there's a security management process requirement, which is to implement security measures that are appropriate to reduce those risks. And those risks can be a lot of the things that that our prior speaker talked about. And I thought that was a great presentation. I hope everyone was able to take good notes about all the best practices, and a lot of the things that were talked about in the prior presentation are things that OCR sees. The attack vectors that are exploited for ransomware, phishing. Phishing remains a large, one of the largest attack vectors for gaining entrance into an entity's organization, exploiting known vulnerabilities because entities, for whatever reason, don't patch those vulnerabilities, and poor authentication and access control, frankly. Having misconfigured, obsolete, unpatched RDP, remote access protocols that are easily exploited, or easily compromised by, brute force or password stuffing attacks, things like that. Those are things that we see, in the real world that when we investigate breaches, that these are the causes. These are the causes of these breaches. And one of the things that it's good that entities are able to take steps to mitigate these issues, to implement multi-factor authentication, to really lock down the access to only that's what's required to perform job duties, to really limit access to administrative accounts, because as soon as someone gets into your system, that's the main thing they want to do, is they want to elevate their access. So to ensure that there are proper controls out there to prevent that, to limit that, having appropriate internal controls, and the prior speaker talked about the zero trust model to deter, to impede lateral movement. So all those things are steps that we see people take. But obviously, we get these breach reports of hacking activities or ransomware activities, and a lot of these steps are things that people take after the fact. So a lot of these types of vulnerabilities may have either directly or indirectly led to the successful intrusion of malicious actors, and led to the potential breach of PHI. And one of the things that entities report back to us, following a breach, are all these things that they've done to mitigate these activities, which really should have been done before the breach. These are a lot of cyber hygiene best practices that could have really, if they were in place, could have really maybe stopped the breach, or if not stop the breach, at least to impede it, or at least to have additional processes to detect the breach, and to maybe have a successful incident response plan be able to take more effective steps earlier to mitigate the damage of the breach. So those are some of the things that we talk about in the ransomware guidance. Again, the importance of a security management process, how that's required under HIPAA, the risk analysis and risk management. Training is another important part that we talk about. I think this last speaker talked about that as well. An organization is only as strong as its weakest link. Making sure that people have proper training, and again, this is something that we see time and again. Some of the weaknesses in security training programs, that it becomes oftentimes kind of a check the box compliance effort, and it should really be, it goes to the culture of compliance. Making sure that people feel empowered, that they are part of your organization, that they are, not the weakest link, but they are a strong link, that they are part of the overall defense of your organization, that they need to, understand, and the security rule has implementation specifications for, making sure that users are trained on, password management. What are the rules of the organization for having strong passwords, and how can users choose strong passwords? What can users do when there is, as far as helping to detect malicious software? How does the antivirus, anti-malware software work in the organization? If it brings up some type of warning or some type of other message, the users need to understand what that means, and they need to understand what actions they are expected to take, as part of the workforce of the organization. If they need to report that to a supervisor or to an IT organization or what have you, or but whatever they do, it needs to be part of a training overall program of the organization. And the phishing training was brought up. We're not seeing, we see it from time to time, so some robust phishing training, but a lot of time we're seeing no phishing training, or phishing training that is really at a bare minimum. So having robust phishing training, things like the internal fake phishing. We do some of that, and it gets progressively harder and harder. I think the prior speaker talked about the payroll phishing attacks. I just not phishing attack, but testing training. I think the one that I got recently was about the changing of telework policies. It was we're changing all of our telework policies, and click here. Well, given the pandemic and there's a lot of people working from home, that's a pretty important thing that people might want to be interested in. And but it was not a legitimate email. It was a phishing test. So all those kind of things are very important. Empowering workforce members to know what to look for, and to be part of that training exercise. Other things that the ransomware guidance talks about. It talks about what to do. How can that's for maybe preventing and detecting ransomware. How about for containing ransomware? What do you do when there is a ransomware attack? So it talks about a couple things in here, and those are also requirements under HIPAA, the security incident and response processes, as well as contingency planning. The ransomware guidance talks a lot about contingency planning because one of the ransomware works by denying access to the data. So other than paying a ransom, the way to recover that data is by having, good, robust backups. So the ransomware guidance goes through that quite a bit. The importance of having that, the importance of having contingency plans, which are, part of the HIPAA security rule that it is required as a standard. And, part of that standard includes having backup plans and having disaster recovery plans and doing testing and revising your contingency plans if you're, testing finds issues or problems. So those are all part of HIPAA, and folks would be well advised to have robust procedures for those to be able to recover from ransomware attacks, without paying a ransom. Another thing that the ransomware guidance goes into is the importance of incident response plans. So that is something that's also required. The security rule itself, again, to be not prescriptive and to be flexible. It's not very prescriptive within the rule, but in our guidance, we do offer some suggestions for what a security incident plan should have in it. We talk about being able to detect and conduct initial analysis of the ransomware, having a process to contain the impact and propagation of ransomware, eradicating ransomware, remediating the vulnerabilities that allow that ransomware to enter the organization and to propagate. Steps to recover from the ransomware if you have to restore lost data, being able to return to a business as usual operations mode, and post-incident activities. If there are obligations for breach reportings or things like that, once the attack has subsided and we're at a more operational level, to make sure that there are activities conducted to maybe gather evidence or have a deeper dive into an analysis of evidence regarding the ransomware attack to see if there was a breach, if that breach has to be reported to the appropriate authorities, things like that. The ransomware guidance is, it is on our website regarding OCR's security rule and what entities need to do for that. But our guidance goes into not only kind of the precursor of what to do before a ransomware attack and what to do during a ransomware attack, vis-a-vis the HIPAA security rule, but we also talk about the implications of breach analysis. That's one of the big things that that the rule tries to address is when or if the ransomware itself is a breach. So one of the things that we talk about is that in the ransomware guidance is that whether or not the presence of the ransomware is a breach is a fact-specific determination. There is a specific definition for breach within the rule, within the HIPAA rules, which is the acquisition, access, use, or disclosure of PHI in a manner not permitted under the privacy rule, which compromises the security or privacy of protected health information. But when there is a ransomware attack and ransomware does encrypt the data, which it will typically do, and then deny, and by encrypting the data, it's going to deny access to that data of the entity where that data is going to include protected health information as defined under HIPAA, then a breach has occurred because that PHI was acquired. It was an unauthorized individuals. The attackers that had deployed the ransomware have taken possession of controlling information, and thus that's a disclosure under the rule. The rule does offer the opportunity to allow entities to go through a determination if there's a low probability that the PHI has been compromised. There's a 4-factor rule in there. The ransomware guidance goes through the steps for that, and if it can be determined that there's a low probability of compromise, that then there could be an opportunity to to not report that as a reportable breach. But I would encourage folks to read the guidance. It goes into a lot of more information on that and examples. There is a four-factor process that needs to be examined for that. You know, the nature and extent of the PHI involved, the unauthorized person who used the PHI, or was actually acquired or viewed, the extent that it was been mitigated. There's a lot of things that go into that determination to determine if there is that low probability that the PHI has been compromised or not. But some of the things that entities also need to consider as they look through the in the event that there is an attack or ransomware is that the ransomware attacks entities have may not be strictly programmatic. That there are many ransomware attacks, and especially ransomware attacks these days, where that the attackers are deploying the ransomware from within the system. So it's not an automatic deployment, but there is some level of pre-compromise whereby an entity is in the system and that they deploy the ransomware through those mechanisms. So, and they also exfiltrate data. I mean, we all know that. So they exfiltrate the data. We had the Maze gang that they would publish parts of the information that they would extract from entities' information systems, and they would use that as leverage to encourage them to pay the ransom. That they would release some information and progressively release more information. So these entities have access to your systems, and in addition to the more programmatic ransomware attack, you also need to be concerned with the entities that are in your system, and that's sometimes could be a dual track analysis. So when a four-factor analysis is used to try to determine if there is a low probability, there may be an analysis for ransomware itself, but if folks aren't aware or if folks don't think of it, there may be an intruder in your system, and the intruder in your system may have access to health information aside from the fact that the ransomware may or may not have encrypted that data. So sometimes some of the cases that we've gotten may have looked exclusively at the programmatic part of the ransomware, where the ransomware program that executes and encrypts data and try to do an analysis on that part of it. But there was an actual intrusion into the system that deployed the ransomware, and that part of the intrusion needs to be part of the analysis as well. What the attacker did. It's one part to have a programmatic process encrypt data. It's another part to have. It's another issue to have an attacker, within your system that has gained administrative access and is moving laterally, throughout your organization, having potential access to PHI and whatnot. So there could be dual tracks for considering how to go about evaluating a particular attack that may have originated as ransomware encrypting data.
Nicholas, it's Marilyn. We have a number of questions pouring in, and I want to make sure that we have time to address them. I was wondering if you could speak to the Office for Civil Rights Enforcement perspective, because so many organizations can do all of the proper steps and still be a victim. And particularly, would there be an adjustment of, for example, breach penalties based upon cyber readiness?
Well, I mean, there are different tiers of penalties as far as what the how the people that were the subject of ransomware, what their how they were able to comply with the rule, whether or not they were able to be able to have appropriate processes in place that are compliant with the rule, so that to be able to detect the ransomware, prevent ransomware, things like that. How those complied with the rule, and those are all taken into account as far as the penalty tiers go. I mean, there's a there's a willful neglect penalty tier. There's a did not know penalty tier. So there's a reasonable cause penalty tier. I mean, those are the things that are all part of the HIPAA rules that are considered. They are considered, with respect to these different breaches as to what particular penalty tier a issue might fall under, and what the compliance level was with the organization, and we take all that into consideration, when we do our investigations.
And specifically, we've got two related questions on point. Would good policies and procedures addressing the components of the CFR help with meeting or exceeding the requirements of security? And also, would performing regular audits or other technical reviews help satisfy the risk analysis requirement? Or would something very formal like an asset-based process be required?
Well, I mean, we don't have a formal format for the risk analysis. We do have guidance on it out there. We have our risk analysis guidance, and I would encourage folks to look at that as far as generally what that process would look like. Certainly, assets and inventory are an important part of that. Not understanding your environment, not understanding your assets so that you aren't able to adequately protect them is a problem. And it's a problem that we consistently see, when we do investigate entities and we do look at the risk analysis violations specifically. When we these investigations, it's fairly common for entities to not understand their environment, to not have proper processes for knowing what kind of applications, what kind of controls for denying access, for installing applications, and having a somewhat rigorous information security process in place. Some of the risk analysis that we've seen reflect a lack of understanding of inventory. Some of the devices that may be subject to the attack may not even be included in a risk analysis or in any other security structure. So those are some basic failings, but they are basic failings that continue to this day, that are part of our investigations. I mean, understanding your environment is key and critical to having an appropriate risk analysis. So again, we don't prescribe a format for the risk analysis. Being able to determine your risk and vulnerabilities, having some type of vulnerability management process in place to be able to do that, recognize that, having some kind of process in place to mitigate those vulnerabilities as part of a risk management process. Those are all things that we're going to look for. And
we also, Nick, have two questions related to breach. If you could talk in the minutes that we have remaining about the breach risk assessment factor that is mentioned in the 2016 guidance. The one question is, how should someone determine if unavailability of protected health information for treatments warrants a breach? And we also have another question about the guidance and the regulations about treating incidents as reportable. And when you have a ransomware attack, depending upon the results of the analysis, which kinds of attack would not be viewed by the agency as per se reportable?
Well, I mean, we don't have a per se reportable standard. The standard is to go through the 4-factor analysis that is part of the rule that we talked about a little bit, that is in the ransomware guidance. The ransomware guidance does suggest a couple other things to look at to determine if the PHI was in fact compromised. And these are all pieces that go into that determination if there is a low probability that the PHI has been compromised and leading to the decision to report or not. One of the things that that we see, especially nowadays, is that there's a dual track. The ransomware may continue to be programmatic, in that the ransomware is going to operate as a program, is going to encrypt data, which may or may not include PHI. But that ransomware may have been deposited, may have been executed by an attacker that had gained access through weak authentication or through exploiting a vulnerability. So now you have two problems. You have the ransomware attack itself, which the Ransomware Guidance addresses, to the encryption of the PHI and what that means, and the four-factor analysis and whatnot. But now you also have an attacker in your environment, a malicious actor in your environment that could be exfiltrating PHI as well. It could be accessing PHI. It could be going from system to system, doing whatever, who knows what, and that is a different analysis. So you need to, and that's going to involve looking at log files, trying to understand what the attacker did. But nowadays we're into the successors of Maze, where they exfiltrate PHI. They post it on various websites to encourage payment. So folks, when they are attacked, they really need to understand the duality of the attacks these days. That a lot of these folks are not content to just let the ransomware run, but they're also in the systems, and they may be also installing various backdoors to allow them to try and continue to gain access to the systems after the original vulnerabilities that led to the breach may have been mitigated. So we've had instances where the source of a breach has been restored pre-breach, but the problem being that the pre-breach date that was originally thought of was wrong, and that the entity actually reinstalled backdoors into their system, because the breach actually happened a lot sooner than what they identified. So where they thought they had kicked out the actor, and in fact they did for a period of time, but their restoration put the backdoors back in. So these are all things that need to be considered as entities recover from a ransomware attack or from a malicious cyber attack, and making sure that these mechanisms to deny access to people in the future and properly mitigate these vulnerabilities are appropriately put in place. And again,
well, and Nicholas, I appreciate this has been very, very robust. We are reaching the end of our time together, and we actually have a lot more questions that came in. So if we have not gotten to your question during this session, if it's okay with you, Nicholas, we will follow up with you afterwards, and then we can send that information on to the participants. We will also be sending the slides after today for those who have been watching on screen. And so if you want to get a copy, we will be doing that. We are also starting a new polling feature. So for those who are watching online, you'll see that we now have a series of questions. If you could please respond to that, it's more of an interactive process, and we appreciate your input. But Nicholas, you've covered a lot of ground, and we appreciate you being with us today to share your perspectives. We know that many people have found it worthwhile and helpful, and we thank you for all of your work in preparing for today's presentation.
okay, thank you.
With that, I'm going to turn the next session over to my colleague, Tina Grandy. Tina, are you with us?
Hi, Marilyn. Thank you so much. That was a fascinating session from OCR, and now we're going to turn to the private sector. We're going to be hearing from Lee Kim, Director of Privacy and Security at HIMSS, as well as Ileana Peters, a shareholder at Polsinelli. The topic of this next session is, what's your cybersecurity nightmare? How do you respond to scary cyber attacks? Lee and Ileana are both experts in the field of both technical readiness as well as legal details that do need to be considered in the event of a cyber attack. So I am going to turn it over to Lee and Ileana if we've got them on the Zoom call. Lee, Ileana, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Tina. This is Ileana. Oh, there's Lee too.
Hello. Hi, it's great to see you, both of you, and thanks for being with us today. We only have 25. Hopefully, maybe we can go a little over so we get the full 30 in here for you both. So I'm going to turn it straight over to you.
Thank you very much.
Great.
So today we're going to speak about what's your cybersecurity nightmare, how to respond to scary cyber attacks. And Michael, I believe that you have control of the slides. So do you mind the next slide? So Ileana, did you want to self-introduce yourself here?
Sure. Thanks so much, Lee. Just very quickly, as Tina mentioned, I'm Ileana Peters. I'm a shareholder at Pulsinelli PC, which is an AmLaw 100 law firm. We have arguably the largest healthcare legal group in the country. Most recently, before joining Pulsinelli almost 3 years ago, I was the acting deputy director for health information privacy and security at HHS. So hi, Nick. Really good to see you too. And I'm excited to be here with you today to talk about this important topic. Lee?
Thank you. And my name is Lee Kim. I'm Director of Privacy and Security at HIMSS. I also will be speaking of a few resources as well. In my other capacity, I serve as an analyst with the USDHS Analytic Exchange Program. That said, could we have the next slide, please? So I wanted to talk to you today in terms to essentially set the scene in terms of what's going on with respect to our cybersecurity landscape. We recently published just a few weeks ago our 2020 HIMSS Cybersecurity Survey, and our findings, some of them are not so surprising, others may be to you. It depends upon your level of familiarity with what's happening industry-wide, but we are finding that all across the board, by and large, the amount of money that folks have to spend on cybersecurity within their organizations is still fairly constricted, so budgets are still tight. The typical spend is generally 6% or less of the IT budget that's allocated for cybersecurity. That's what we've generally found. Budgets this year have been mainly static compared to last year. So primarily a flat line, unfortunately. So that makes it difficult for folks to essentially upgrade their security solutions, take care of legacy hardware, and so on and so forth. So there definitely is picking and choosing of critical things that hopefully should be addressed as opposed to investing in the bright and shiny objects that are offered in terms of cybersecurity solutions. That said, in terms of security risk assessments, what are we seeing? We are seeing, perhaps unsurprisingly, that there's a need for more comprehensive security risk assessments. We're finding that most folks are doing risk assessments, but they are, for example, looking at they're looking at their network, they're looking at their websites, at their IT assets, but they aren't looking, for example, many of folks aren't looking at legacy systems, what's on their network, what's connected, what the risks are associated with those things, et cetera, et cetera. So it very much is a fairly haphazard approach. And that said, while I believe that the link to the cybersecurity survey is available, of course, on the web and through Weedy, I am actually placing in chat here for everyone to see a link to the direct report as well, should you want to go to it. In terms of security risk assessments and in terms of what's happening, like I said, it is haphazard. Phishing, though, is the primary way, even in 2020, that these bad actors are getting into systems. By and large, it's either a means to assets of interest, such as intellectual property, or it can be things such as employee information for identity theft purposes, or it can be things such as financial information, so that the bad actors essentially take control of an institution's bank accounts, or perhaps they siphon off money that way. Fortunately, though, some healthcare organizations are taking some proactive measures after risk assessments. For example, they are upgrading their security solutions, they're upgrading their infrastructure, which is a positive sign, but of course, more progress needs to be done. Now, in terms of security tools, what are we seeing? Even in 2020, and just for frame of reference, we had asked a question back in our 2015 cybersecurity survey, which asked, okay, which security controls do you have in place? And the answer here is that, back then is that, well, we have some basic controls in place, but not everyone has firewalls, not everyone has antivirus solutions in place. Not everyone at the time was using encryption, either at rest or in transit, and so on and so forth. And hardly anyone was using multi-factor authentication. We fast forward today to 2020, and what are we finding? We're still finding that not everyone is using antivirus or firewall solutions, which is kind of shocking because this technology, which has been around since at least 2 decades, right? So you would think that people would use basic controls to get things right. Now, based upon our findings in the field, however, we found that sometimes cost is used as a ad hoc justification as to why these basic measures aren't in place. It's a problem in healthcare. It's a problem in other sectors, even in manufacturing and other critical infrastructure sectors. People use cost as an excuse as to why not have these basic things in place. Meanwhile, understand that, of course, your fairly robust antivirus and firewall solutions can block seemingly nefarious activities such as a ransomware attempt or so on and so forth. It might not be able to block everything, but again, it's a layer of defense, and that's certainly the objective. I can say, though, that the level of encryption is rising, but it's not as much as we would expect. And also, we simply asked organizations, are you using encryption? We didn't ask if the encryption is being used end-to-end throughout your organization. So even that may reveal certainly holes in the security plan and practices of the organization. Next slide, please. Legacy systems. This shouldn't be a surprise to folks. Legacy systems are, of course, growing. Microsoft tends to be the primary operating system that folks are using, at least in the business world. So we saw a bunch of operating systems being sunset the previous year, such as Windows 7 and certain Windows Server systems. And of course, Windows XP has been sunset for quite a few years. But nonetheless, a lot of legacy systems are being used. In some instances, they're being used in healthcare organizations for legitimate reasons. As an example, you might have a research information system that you have to use that runs on Windows XP. And maybe you haven't been able to port it over because the software manufacturer is long gone, but your research unit uses that software that's specifically tied to that system. So as a result, you still have that going. Healthcare, unlike other industries such as manufacturing, though, we can't keep our systems in a bubble. So that's why we strongly recommend that legacy systems be minimized to the extent possible. And if not, certainly try to have compensating controls around it as much as you possibly can to the extent that that's possible. And again, unfortunately, these manufacturers are not helping things by sunsetting systems, but in their defense, a lot of these operating systems are being kept current and supported for a good 10 or 15 years. So one approach, which some of our volunteers and others have told us that they do sometimes with their procurement programs, is that once they acquire an IT asset or device or whatever have you, they may acquire it, but at the same time, they may plan out when the predicted or anticipated sunset date for that is, so that they're never caught off guard. They have some kind of plan in place in terms of when this will be replaced and when, and plus they're planning for it budget-wise in terms of the technical resources necessary to upgrade it, etc. So the link to the cybersecurity report is there and also there. And if you don't mind, the next slide, Michael. And then I'll hand it back to Ileana. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Lee. I'm hoping Lee will jump in here too with her thoughts as we walk through these slides too. We thought it would be particularly helpful to sort of just walk you through what I like to call my cyber attack response checklist or cheat sheet. Obviously, nothing's as easy as a checklist, but we thought it would be very helpful to sort of give you a guidebook or some guideposts to walk through a cyber attack response. So, you know, as Lee mentioned, unfortunately, this is just, you know, more and more prevalent in our industry. And so we really do need to have an incident response plan that's tested and ready to go. And part of that plan, obviously, would include these issues. So first, what we want to do is identify the appropriate points of contact in our organization. And again, that should be articulated in your incident response plan. But in any particular situation, you obviously want to immediately involve, you know, those important points of contact depending on the severity of the incident, and then escalate as appropriate. Always good, in my opinion, to immediately involve general counsel, particularly if you are going to need to engage your cyber insurer, forensics vendors, and outside counsel. So that's your first step. Second step is sort of what I like to refer to as stop the bleeding. And that's really identifying the type of incident that you're dealing with, triaging, containing, and eradicating. As part of that, however, you want to always make sure that you preserve evidence, and that's the third bullet here. So when we're talking about eradicating a particular type of malware, for example, if that's the situation, you do want to make particularly sure that you create copies as necessary and that you ensure that you have you know, the retained forensics evidence. So we do want to absolutely triage and contain a particular incident as quickly as possible while preserving the evidence that we need, because that becomes particularly important for our legal analysis and is something that Nick talked about in the last presentation in terms of when we're you know, trying to determine whether we have a breach, for example, under HIPAA or state law. You know, we need that forensics evidence to help us make those determinations based on, you know, what a cyber attacker may have done when they were engaged in that attack. You may also want to immediately contact your cyber insurer. If you don't have cyber insurance, I would suggest you consider getting it, because response to these types of incidents is quite expensive and the costs add up very quickly with regard to counsel costs, forensic vendor costs, notification costs, litigation, regulatory investigations. All of those resources are incredibly important for you working through a cyber attack, security incident, and potentially a breach. You also want to ensure that you engage outside counsel and that you make sure that your internal counsel works very closely with your outside counsel, particularly for purposes of privilege. We are seeing a significant increase in data breach litigation by plaintiffs' attorneys, including with regard to class actions. And so it's very important that you ensure that the appropriate steps are taken to protect the security incident investigation and the deliverables associated with that for purposes of privilege. And really coordinating with, again, your internal counsel and your outside counsel on that is key, is a key part of your security incident investigation. Particularly with regard to how you engage your forensics vendor. Again, you want to do that, if possible, through outside counsel. You want to ensure you have an engagement that is different and separate and apart from any ongoing engagement you have with a vendor that helps you with your data security practices. Recently, there was a court dicta in a case called Capital One that really affects our ability to assert privilege in these cases, and we want to make sure that we do that appropriately. Then we want to determine the scope of the incident and the investigation, coordinate as appropriate with information sharing organizations and information sharing and analysis organizations, depending on what type of organization to which your entity belongs. Again, we would never share patient data with those organizations, but we would absolutely coordinate on indicators of compromise and other, remediation efforts, et cetera, so that if you are experiencing an attack that is similar to other members of that group, you can get the benefit of their knowledge and vice versa. You can share the information so that others can benefit from those indicators of compromise and the knowledge that you have of what works to remediate against that type of attack. You want to coordinate with law enforcement, again, through your counsel as much as possible to make sure that, you understand where law enforcement is on this sort of type of event, particularly if they have ongoing investigations. And you want to analyze your legal responsibilities from a notification perspective with your counsel. You may need to engage a notification vendor, and you absolutely want to prepare for regulatory investigations by both state and federal regulators. So hopefully, again, this is helpful to you in terms of sort of thinking through the anatomy of response to a cyber attack. And you can keep this slide handy and make sure that not only does your incident response plan address it, but you have it to sort of check off as you move through a particular incident. Next slide. And Lee and I wanted to talk a little bit further here about technical and legal considerations that we're both seeing, as part of ongoing preparation and response to security incident considerations. So, we sort of wanted to walk through some of these, this is also, a resource for you in terms of identifying issues that you should be particularly keyed into as part of ongoing cyber attack preparedness, but also, items that you want to make sure that you consider post-security incident response or during security incident response. So I'm going to take a few of these and then I'll hand this over to Lee so she can jump back in here and talk to you about some of the issues that she's seeing as well. Again, what we're seeing, and I'm sure Nick discussed some of this too, or has been experiencing a lot of this as well, is, there really is a lot of data sharing that is ongoing amongst different types of entities. And we are seeing, particularly with regard to business associates, additional risk in that area because business associates tend to hold a lot of data. And as a result, they are very good targets for cyber attackers. So one of the largest breaches that we've seen in the last year has been a business associate related issue. And in many cases, that type of incident is just increasing. So it's incredibly important that you understand what your relationships with your vendors are. Are they business associates? Are they not business associates? And if they are, that you have business associate agreements in place from a HIPAA perspective. And if they're not, that you have the appropriate data privacy and security protections built into other agreements that you have with them. So you always want to make sure that to the extent you are sharing data with vendors, you understand the risks associated with that relationship and that you appropriately address those risks either through your service level agreements and or through your business associate agreements. It's really, really important that when you're dealing with a security incident, you're not dealing with an insufficient service level agreement or business associate agreement in that same respect. I know Nick talked about lack of inventory of data and assets, and Lee talked about that a little bit earlier as well. Really key to your analysis of your risks. If you don't know where your data is, you can't sufficiently protect it. And part of that is really understanding what assets hold it. Risk analysis is a potentially cited is cited as a potential violation in upwards of 85% of the security rule cases that HHS settles and or has issued civil money penalties. This is your largest risk as an organization. So you really want to do a good job here, and you want to manage those risks as well. And then, just in terms of some of these others, again, you really want, I'm going to jump down to the end, you really want to make sure that you have sufficient incident response, as we were just talking about, because it's so important to immediately respond appropriately to a security incident, to involve your forensics investigators and your outside counsel, so that you have yourself and your entity in the best position moving forward to address any legal issues. Lee, you want to jump in back here too and talk through some of these other issues?
Sure, I appreciate it. So in terms of a few of the ones that you had mentioned too, I wanted to tack on that in terms of involving outside legal counsel, it's never too soon to involve them. Certainly, I can also relate that when I was in private practice, it is probably not the best practice to involve your lawyer after there's been a significant delay, because then there's more cleanup and a little bit more chaos to cut through. Even though people like us that are in private practice, we're here to help. I could say that certainly involving your lawyer, in-house counsel if you have it, and if not outside counsel, is really important, so that they can advise you about whether it's helping you make sure that you are addressing all the things that you need to for compliance, or for a better incident response, or for complying with what may be mandated through your agreements. That would be absolutely helpful. And also to, of course, assist you through the breach notification process, including what to say internally and externally. That said, I did want to talk a bit about things such as how it really is important to have robust encryption in place. Unfortunately, much of the encryption that's used, in particular by way of the web, is fairly weak. The ciphers are fairly weak. There are many things that, such as, they call them freak, logjam, sloth attacks, etc., whereby so many of the websites nowadays that we go to as consumers or otherwise uses really weak encryption. And the problem with that is that others, if they had the know-how and skill, can tap into that supposedly encrypted stream and read it off like as if it were pages of a book, and siphon off sensitive information, whether it's healthcare, information relating to a patient, credit card information, maybe intellectual property related to research, etc. I also wanted to mention here, in terms of this laundry list of things, that in terms of the struggle of working within, especially a hospital environment, where there's such a limited amount of time in which you can actually patch systems and such, keep in mind that it likely is in your best interest to still work really hard to try to coordinate when an appropriate scheduled downtime is. Because again, the findings of our 2020 HIMSS cybersecurity survey is that the #1 impact of a significant security incident is disruption. So to the extent that you can have your IT assets patched and upgraded to the latest and greatest versions, that certainly is a win in terms of closing down that window of opportunity for the attacker to get in, because you don't have that patch system. I mean, that's how, for example, WannaCry had started, because many people for many years just were lax in terms of patching. Think about things that are mission critical to your organization. Think about not only your IT, but also your industrial control systems, your smart elevators, things that people need physically to get from point A to point B, and especially where you need things operating, or else they could put patient safety at risk. An example is a smart HVAC system, which may be operating within an operating room. You certainly want to get in touch with and regularly meet with, for example, your facilities folks, so that you understand from them what's happening, as opposed to there being a firewall between you and them. There really needs to be good collaboration, and those systems really shouldn't be ignored, because if someone really wants to wreak havoc into your system and disrupt operations, and they see that you have a poorly maintained shop, they will find that weakness and they will exploit, unfortunately. There's also greater need, of course, across the board, I would say, in terms of vulnerability scanning and penetration testing of systems and assets. We're finding that organizations, by and large, do not scan for vulnerabilities, including the ones that are quite critical across systems, across networks. Also, in terms of penetration testing, oftentimes they are either not done at all, or they aren't done frequently enough or as holistically, meaning end-to-end. So I strongly advocate for that. And keep in mind too, it's not just simply seeing, am I doing a good job in terms of security and a pat on the back? That's not the objective of pen testing. The objective of pen testing is to see all the ways in which realistically someone might be able to, or something might be able to break into your system, and to see what kind of holes you do need to plug. And so pay attention to that pen tester's report. Don't just let it sit on the shelf. A lot of my colleagues that do this 24/7 in terms of pen testing say that unfortunately that happens all too often. And definitely follow what the pen tester says and recommends, or at least seriously consider that. And feel free to ask questions, feel free to enter into a dialogue if something doesn't make sense. But certainly, the name of the game there is to make sure that your weaknesses are not so blatantly apparent where, the attackers would be able to get in very quickly and run off with lots of data, or really pull down your systems with a really bad ransomware attack just because there aren't sufficient controls in place. And, I wanted to cover one other point as well here, that is in terms of insider threat. Insider threat is something that I think culturally within healthcare, we have a culture of trusting everyone, of wanting to help each other. And there probably is less of an appetite for keeping an eye on people that are trusted within our organization, whether it's the IT professionals or the department heads or whomever. But the point is that with anyone within a workplace, there's always some kind of probability, however slight, that there could be some kind of malicious insider threat activity, or more frequently that there could be negligent insider threat activity, whereby especially an employee or a contractor who has trusted access to your systems may be ignoring training, they may be snooping in records or doing things that they shouldn't. And again, do you have systems in place where you know what your normal baseline is, and you have some kind of plan in place in case something does seem abnormal? Are you using technical measures as well as human measures to have that baseline and to detect fairly quickly and take action in terms of what happens when you detect that kind of anomaly, or at least you suspect that? So that said, those are the main points I wanted to address here. And Ileana, did you want to supplement?
No, I think that's super helpful, Lee. And I think we can jump to the next slide. I just wanted to make sure that we had about a minute, Tina, if you don't mind, for our conclusions and recommendations here. So, I think at the end of the day, Lee and I have been talking about the fact that you really want to understand where all of your data is and have a good handle on it, particularly in certain risky areas like legacy systems, patching, et cetera, as Lee has been talking about. Really understand what laws apply to your data. Are you subject to state law, federal law, international law? So you can really have a good idea of where your legal concerns should be and what actions you need to take. Consider all of your potential risks. including, regulatory and criminal actions, litigation and class actions. And as Lee and I have both mentioned here, make sure that you do coordinate closely with your counsel so you can identify the risks and protect your data against these incidents, and then, of course, recover quickly if an incident does occur.
Excellent. This has been very, very helpful. It feels like speed dating for cybersecurity. These quick half-hour panels, there's so much rich information in these 30-minute sessions. And I want to thank Ileana and Lee for their expertise over the last 30 minutes. And of course, as I mentioned in the chat, we can package any follow-on questions and send them on, hopefully, to Ileana and Lee for their expert input. We also have a ranking session from 1 to 5 that I believe Michael has put up for folks to take a look at. So we encourage folks to do that just to help us with our future webinars that we conduct like this. But I'm so pleased to have the last 30 minutes with such expertise for our WEDI members and non-members. And certainly I could follow on with many questions of my own, but we will have many more opportunities, hopefully, to interact with Ileana and Lee. So wanted to thank everybody for participating. We're moving into our lunch break now. So we will gather again at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So hopefully everybody will get a chance to stretch, grab something to eat, and then we will gather back together. Thanks again. It's good to have you here, and I want to welcome everybody back from the lunch break to our WEDI day-long conference on ransomware. We're really thrilled for the next half hour to be hearing from Greg Singleton, who is the Director of Health Sector Cybersecurity Coordination Center, HC3 at HHS, as folks who are involved know it as HC3. Greg is a big player over here at HC3. He is very adept at helping us get through some of these questions from the government perspective. He had also, before joining HHS, been part of the Department of Energy, I see in your bio here. But just a quick little synopsis for folks. On October 28th, a joint security advisory by CISA, the FBI, and HHS revealed credible information of an increase in imminent cybercrime threat to US hospitals and healthcare providers. So Greg Singleton, Director of HHS's Healthcare Sector Cybersecurity Coordination Center, it's a mouthful, I suppose that's why they call it HC.
Yes, it is.
Greg's going to offer background and updates on the advisory today and give us some insight as the industry prepares for possible incidents in the future. So Greg, thanks again for providing your expertise to WEDI's members, and also a lot of folks who have joined us who aren't part of WEDI today as it relates to these really serious situations. So I will turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tina, and thank you, Mike, and the team over at WEDI. I'm just very glad to be joining you guys today. So let me think while I get the slideshow going. Can you get me the prompt to share this? Oh, I guess I got to request share screen, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, it's coming. And
oh, good. There we go. Great.
do I need to switch view, or is that the right view?
That's great, Greg. Looks good.
All right, good. Okay. And maybe you guys can see the nice snow in the background because we've got nice inclement weather going. So I have a little bit of scenery. In any case, so thank you, Tina. Again, Greg Singleton, Director of the Health Sector Cybersecurity Coordination Center at Health and Human Services. want to start out with kind of what we do, really what we're here for is to support the defense of the healthcare and public health sector's IT infrastructure. We'll get why this makes sense and how this works, but really we work through strengthened coordination and information sharing, ultimately with the goal of helping everyone get a little bit better at their cybersecurity. But in true government form, I acknowledge that's kind of a mouthful of a statement. So I much prefer this version of our guiding message. And this is from Twitter, like all messages these days. We say that the competent cyber warrior learns from their mistakes. The cyber master learns from the mistakes of others. And I like this one because really it underscores a lot of what we do, in the sense that I'm going to acknowledge that we are all going to make mistakes in cybersecurity. And it's not that we need to be perfect, but when we do make mistakes, we need to be able to learn from ourselves. We need to be able to learn from each other. And so our role as an organization is to kind of serve as an information nexus or clearinghouse where we can figure out what's going on, what's happened, how to fix it, and help everyone really get a little bit better at cybersecurity. So with that, we'll get into ransomware. You might ask why I'm starting off with such a basic slide, but part of it, it's to think about what is ransomware and why does it matter? Here's a definition from CISA. Ransomware is malicious software that does a bunch of stuff, denies you access to your computer systems, blah, blah, blah. But I like to think of ransomware more as not a fancy, sophisticated computer program, not something done by expert hackers. It's extortion. It is criminal actors extorting an organization into saying, we are asking for money, or we're going to do something to you. We're going to deny you access to your data. We're going to take something from you. We're threatening something if you don't give us money. And the reason I like to think of it that way, rather than saying ransomware, is because I think ransomware can bring images in people's minds and bring up, sophisticated mental images of, well, these folks are too hard to beat. They've got ransomware. It's very complicated. How are we ever going to beat it? Well, it's a very similar criminal tactic to what we've seen for a long time. It's just using new tools. The ransomware is the new tools, but at the end of the day, it is still extortion. So I think it's helpful to think of it that way. And so, not necessarily, oh, we got ransomware attacked. No, you were threatened with extortion. And so our goal is how do we think about that and how do we limit that? So this slide, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on here because it's really there's a lot to unpack here, and I know it's not a beautiful slide, but what we're looking at here is really the evolution of ransomware and ransomware tactics over time. And I think evolution and innovation are really key words here that I want people to focus in on, because that's what we're really, really talking about. And, that came out to me as I, put this material together. Notably, a few things I want to highlight here. First ransomware attack that we really know of using computer code to extort victims was an aid researcher distributing infected floppy disks in 1989. He intended to send out 20,000 floppy disks that get people to put them into their computers, locked up all the research and stuff, and said, hey, send a check to so-and-so's name at this address. Some of you may have spotted the flaw in that tactic, that he asked for checks sent to his address in his bank account's name. So he was apprehended and was criminally prosecuted, and that did not go well for him. So all of a sudden, folks that wanted to pursue this tactic said, we need a way to anonymously transfer money and not have it traceable. Well, 2008 here, Satoshi releases Bitcoin white paper. It says, you know what? If we had Bitcoin, there would be anonymous digital currency, and you could transfer money amongst people without anyone being able to trace it with financial controls. So it probably took a few years, then all of a sudden 2012, we start seeing ransomware campaigns. Internet Criminal Complaint Center had roughly 2,000 ransomware complaints and $135,000 lost. Combining the notion of ransomware and this anonymous currency, bring them together. Now they've got a criminal tactic. We see slow progression in the amounts 2012, 2013, 2015. We start seeing CryptoWall extorting roughly 18 million from victims to date. And at this point in time, the ransomware is largely targeting individual users, or really doing what we call spray and pray attacks. Send out large number of phishing emails to a large number of recipients. Inevitably, some modest percentage will click into them, and you're getting home users, and you're trying to get money from them. However, you're still asking for Bitcoin, and most home users don't know how to get Bitcoin. And home users can't pay that much. So, there's a chance that they're just going to let the deadline expire, and you won't get any money. 2016, we start seeing more targeting or at larger organizations, and this is the first time we saw a medical center attack. So Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center got hit in February, and they looked at the math and said, well, $17,000 for ransom isn't that much versus a disruption to our operations and service, so they paid it. And I'll add, when I look back at this history, I'm actually surprised that 2016 was about the first time we saw attacks on medical organizations. That's really quite recent, and lets you know how quickly this stuff is evolving. In 2016, we also saw ransomware as a service. So this is where I might be really good at operating ransomware, and my buddy might be really good at breaking into systems, but we're both not good at both things. So rather than having to go through the trouble of sending all the emails, breaking into the systems, and then deploying my ransomware, I'm just going to focus on my stuff, and I'm going to focus on my ransomware stuff, and someone else is going to pay me to do that for systems they get into. So we start to see the criminals specialize in different components of the kill chain, if you will. 2017, WannaCry was the largest attack we saw globally, and frankly, a little bit more of a disruptive attack than just a monetary scheme. 2019, we started to see medical organizations get hit and close down permanently. And so we're seeing disruptions to care and to the quality of care provided to patients, where operators said, you know what, rather than try to deal with this, I'm just going to shut down. And then 2019, we start seeing ransomware operators lock up the files and then also say, by the way, not enough of you are paying. So instead of just locking up your files, I'm also going to leak your information because I want to, just tighten the screws and up the amount of pressure on you. And then we also see folks starting to do managed service provider attacks where they're getting in through common infection vectors. And, instead of having to target just one organization, now I target one organization that serves 400 other organizations, and I get in that way. I think and then the most recent evolutions, again, starting to look at COVID-19. What's the biggest topic in the world right now? COVID-19 vaccines, things of that sort, where they're going after those topics, even though several ransomware operators said, no, we're not going to target healthcare during the pandemic, but they haven't really stayed true to their word in that case. So again, it's a lot of words, a rapid kind of run through, but just what's so interesting to me is the rapid evolution in tactics for this criminal behavior in a relatively short period of time. What started with a concept that was easily traced and prosecuted, anonymized currency, able to combine, and then, in very rapid succession, we see the evolution in tactics as the criminals are developing their methods. So why the health sector? Why go after health Well, they know if they can disrupt the medical center's operations, that it's costly. There's a lot of revenue in health. It's roughly 1/6 of the U.S. economy. So if they can take down a medical center and it disrupts their ability to generate revenue, that's costly. And they know it's impactful and will get attention. You know, as we saw here, unfortunately, a sad milestone that in September, there was at least initial attribution of a patient death to a ransomware attack on Dusseldorf University Hospital in September. Ultimately, I think the prosecutor's office decided not to prosecute it as a homicide, but there was some linking there. I'd say lastly, medical data is relatively easy to sell, has a lot of information on patients, and commands a high price. So even if you don't get the ransom payment, you've got this secondary asset of data that you can either leak, you can sell, you can monetize in other ways. Unfortunately, makes the sector attractive for these criminals. Recent example, and we'll go into the recent alerting as well soon, but in September of this year, we saw one of the larger ransomware attacks that we've seen in a while. So this was an attack on UHS medical services. And roughly, you know, they have roughly 400 facilities in the US and UK, but about 250 US facilities were disrupted in this attack. I want to highlight one thing, that the attack began around 2 a.m. on Sunday, as far as we can tell. And that's a repeated trend that we see, and what's something folks should be aware of is typically these attacks are launched overnight on weekend evenings when staffing is liable to be light. A few people there to notice disruptions and a few people there to power down systems. So following that trend, you know, this did, they pursued that tactic here. You know, the disruptions, by and large, facilities kept operating. There's the ability to go to pen and paper and contingency operation status, but there certainly were disruptions to patient care, non-urgent care, and certainly we've seen a lot of stories of cancer patients and others missing essential treatments that has life-altering consequences. So nothing to take lightly. The company was able to recover in 3 weeks. And bring their systems back online. So we've talked about kind of the evolution. We've discussed a recent incident and the significance of it, and really how it can disrupt care. Let's talk about how it works or how they get in. I alluded to earlier kind of that specialization in terms of ransomware as a service. Some people are going to be the ransomware operators. Some people are going to be the spam email generators. Some people are going to be the system compromisers. Well, that's what this slide is portraying. Typically, or at least prior to about October, we typically would see Emotet delivering the spam emails, getting initial access to systems. We would see TrickBot used to understand the systems, map out the usernames, steal passwords, move laterally within the network, and ultimately Ryuk being deployed once they had sufficient access and were able to monetize it. And we saw this criminal pairing just over and over and over again. So what is, as I say here, a TrickBot? But you know, what is TrickBot and why do we care? Initially, TrickBot was a banking Trojan, so a program used to hide in computers in banking environments. Again, steal passwords, steal account information, and find ways to monetize that. But it's evolved and has, now it's fully fledged information stealer, can deliver malicious advertising, spear phishing, can move around your computer network, and generally runs in a way that it doesn't leave traces on the hard drive, and usually is able to evade antivirus software, or at least most antivirus softwares. And It's not particularly special in terms of doesn't have amazing secret sauce to it, but there's a lot of capability there. And so it's a useful tool for criminals, and they leverage it with great effect and damage. And then Ryuk, and you know, there are any number of ransomwares that we talk about, but in this case, we talk about Ryuk because we see them very commonly in the healthcare sector. And it's a common payload for these Trojan programs. It has a lot of capabilities to avoid antivirus, avoid Windows processes. It operates in memory, so again, very very little evidence left on the disk that can be detected and disrupted. And so this is a very prominent one, and again, it is one that we see in a number of the most recent campaigns. So it's one to keep an eye out for. On here, I want to say, or I want to kind of demonstrate really looking at this workflow on the left. How are these folks getting in? Initially with Emotet, it's that spam email containing a malicious document. They install initial foothold. They steal the username and passwords on credential theft, kind of create their own new user that they can use to kind of muck around the network, start moving around the network to discover things, search through files, figure out what they can find. They delete backups if possible. Again, trying to up the pressure, encourage people to pay, and then disable existing security products if they're able to. But I want to highlight very few of these steps are automated, and there's generally tends to be a criminal in the loop, human in the loop, but criminal in the loop that ultimately is looking around the environment, seeing if they can make money, seeing if this is a worthwhile target, and ultimately, and only once they've determined to move forward, do they send and deploy the Ryuk ransomware. Makes it very difficult to identify and develop signatures for that ransomware because it is, again, only deployed when they feel comfortable and when they feel that it is least likely to be detected or stopped. So that's all scary and disturbing. So what can we do about this stuff and what has been done? Fall 2020, there was some action taken by Microsoft, among others, to look to take down much of the TrickBot infrastructure. Originally, the intent was to disrupt attacks on the election sector as we went through the most recent election, but had additional benefits to disrupt attacks on other sectors of the U.S. economy as well. We kind of have it displayed as a sandcastle here because, and some of the quotes have indicated, while the actions were able to disrupt the TrickBot infrastructure and were able to lead to potential reductions in the activity for a period of time, ultimately the malicious actors are able to rebuild their infrastructure and relaunch their campaigns against various sectors. Nonetheless, for a period of time, it does provide some protection and reduction in activity. I'd say, and then paired with that, the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory that we did send out right before the election, I think was the week before, was similar in nature in terms of we became aware of credible information about increased and imminent cybercrime threat against U.S. hospitals and healthcare providers. There were some communications in areas of people looking to recruit and ultimately deploy people against the healthcare sector for purposes of disruption and financial gain. Speaking of supposedly, and at least open source reporting, notion of maybe targeting as many as 400 facilities. This was significant and different than the types of alerts and warnings we've seen in the past. And it was of a different nature that we had an obligation to warn the sector to take action. Shortly before this, we did see some increased targeting of the health sector, but And so there was some rise in activity, but again, the intent was to prevent significant disruptions over a short period of time. We got alerts out, I think, Wednesday and Thursday of that week, with a specific focus, remember, on weekend evenings, so overnights on the weekends. And I know a number of hospitals and medical facilities took significant measures and quite strong measures to reduce their attack surface. Many took systems offline. And thankfully, we did not see hundreds of facilities being impacted. We did see attempts to launch attacks. We saw disrupted attacks, coordinated disrupted attacks over that time period. But we're just so thankful for the partnership with the sector that folks did take action. We're able to mitigate a large portion of the intended damage or disruptions, if you will. I think and what's important to note here, and what we haven't really said yet, is, hey, all clear. You're not being targeted anymore. This campaign is stopped, and partially that's because we're not sure that we would see any communications indicating that it was all clear. But really, these criminal actors are not going away anytime soon, and so I think, in contrast to the urgent and imminent efforts folks took to protect themselves over that week or weekends, where we're really encouraging folks to move towards are persistent and sustainable protective measures for themselves. So talk about best practices in general, then mostly going to wrap up. But largely regularly backup data, develop air gaps, have multiple copies of backed up data offline. Really important here is to disallow them from deleting your backups, and to the point where if they do lock some stuff up, you can say, well, we don't care, we've got backups and we're fine. It's important to implement recovery plans, have your staff briefed and prepared to work on recovering systems and respond in the case that there are disruptions. It's also important to that folks know who to contact if they see something weird and suspicious. And it's important that they have practice and rehearse recovery and response plans. Have some references here on that alert and some other ones. These are more technical best practices, but again, always patch operating systems. I think I heard Jeanette mention that before. There's not one of these solutions is going to be the end all be all that's going to protect you from everything. But it's best to have multiple layers of protection in there to see and mitigate as much of the potential vulnerabilities as you can. Ending on the same thread we started on in terms of evolution, I think there are several trends to watch to see where this evolves. I think cyber insurance markets are one area to watch in terms of how lucrative they are or how well they're protecting customers and clients, any contingencies in there for coverage. Be interesting to see where ransom amounts head. Do they become unaffordable to the point where the criminals are no longer being paid? Do they change the pressure tactics in terms of leaking information or anything else that can up their ability to get money? Does the sector evolve to effectively protect itself moving forward? Do we get better backup practices, better patching, better maintenance in there? Supply chain and managed service provider exploits, given some of the recent news, I expect to receive a lot of attention. And then any law enforcement activity could change the outcomes here. But ultimately, I want folks to not think of it as a really scary thing, but I want folks to be prepared. Take your protective measures as you can, and be prepared, not scared. So with that.
Great. Greg, thank you. You gave us 3 minutes at the end to answer a question. So
I did one question, but yes.
Really fascinating presentation. Thank you so much. Marilyn's got here a great question on, in your experience, who are the primary buyers of hacked medical information? I think that's a very interesting question. Any thoughts on that from you?
Well, I've yet to have someone come identify themselves as a buyer of hacked medical information, but in all seriousness, it's folks that are able to monetize that information. So there are tiers of monetization for information, and it's a funny thing that I'm going to draw with my hands here, and it's not going to be perfect. But there's the top tier. Can you exploit the organization for ransom? Okay, if you can't do that, can you steal patient information? If you can steal that patient information, what can you do with it? Can you access that organization's bank accounts and steal their money directly? Okay, if you can't do that, can I take the patient information? Can I take out fraudulent loans? Can I buy cars with it? Can I, do things? So there's this kind of tiering system, and it really has to do with the ability of folks to monetize it. And I think at the bottom tier is stealing email accounts and getting into Yahoo in order to send further phishing emails. But there are cyber criminal groups based in typically Eastern Europe and Asia, and if they again, it's all about the monetization and the opportunity for them.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we've got an interesting discussion going on about public schools and why they may also be a target. So there's some back and forth with Q&A there. But another question was about spraying attacks, and how can system administrators block out the spraying attacks so that if the industry sees it occurring, it's stopped or mitigated? Thoughts around that?
So I'm sorry, spring attacks in terms of
So Marilyn might want to jump in here. This is one of her questions. She's got it in quotes. How can system administrators block out the spraying attacks? Maybe that's just a blanket attack.
As in, like when they spring them or when they see them evolving or taking place.
Mm-hmm.
So what we've seen is, ultimately you want to intervene as early as possible within that kill chain. We have that blue graphic where we're going back and forth and looking at the kill chain. And you want to be able to intervene and stop the early reconnaissance behavior. You want to stop the lateral movement. You want to stop things as they go on. Once an attack has been launched, you want to be prepared to have network segmentation. You want to have different virtual networks for your devices so that as much as there's a lateral movement and spread, it can't go as far as possible. So it is about anticipatory preparation. And rather than, it's not so much, jumping at the wall and pulling out the plug and then you're going to be okay.
Well, this has been wonderful, Greg. Thank you for your time today and your expertise. And I'm sure, folks will be interested in following up with you. And we also know we'll be sort of building on this in our 405D presentation coming up later this afternoon. But at this point, I wanted to turn it over to Marilyn Zigbin-Luke to take us into the next session. Thanks again, Greg.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Marilyn, I think you're up.
Sorry, I was having a little problem getting myself off of the mute feature. I must have been double muted. Well, I want to thank Greg and Tina for that very informative session and move us into the next segment, which is really going to focus more on randomness, preparedness, and response. And I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Kevin Charest, who is the Senior Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer for the Healthcare Service Corporation, or as many of us in the industry know as HCSC. Dr. Charest comes to us from HCSC. He also worked previously with the United Health Group, where he was the vice president of the global cyber defense operations. Prior to that, he was the chief information security officer for the Department of Health and Human Services, and he was directly responsible for the HHS cybersecurity technology portfolio. I know we're going to talk about a lot of information today, and the focus for this session is going to be really the key to proper security infrastructure investment, including training. We are also going to be focusing on what HCSC is doing to help us learn from a practical perspective, and then also what other organizations need to consider at various stages of risk management development. So Kevin, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Hopefully I also was able to get off double mute. It sounds like from your facial reaction, everyone can hear me, so I'll move on. So, what we want to do is share with you today is really, a lot about our response to ransomware, but really give some opportunities for leading practices, best practices around how you might do that. There are different size organizations. Different organizations have different abilities to respond. We're very fortunate as a large corporation, the largest, member-owned payer system. We have resources that candidly a lot of organizations simply don't have available to them. As a result, we also recognize that we need to offer our partners, third parties in particular, ways in which they can think about how to address this. So appreciate the opportunity to come and share. Thank you, Mark, for being my slide guru and advancing for me. So this is basically our perspective on ransomware. It's not atypical, the traditional ransomware attack. For us, trusted third-party compromise is, it really is one of the largest threats. And as a payer in the healthcare system, we have a tremendous responsibility because we have a tremendous amount of data, and we have it at great levels of detail in very sensitive ways around tens of millions of citizens, and over a long period of time. Due to regulatory at state, federal level requirements for how long we store data, we're a very rich data target. And the previous presenter was talking about monetization of data. Well, there are many different ways that our data can be monetized, healthcare data in particular. Not only can it be, for purposes of insurance fraud, but also for purposes of frauding the system for durable medical equipment, for example, both pretending to buy equipment or buying the equipment and then selling it on the black market. There's a variety of ways in which these things can be done. So we find ourselves becoming a pretty strong target for the way in which, or as ransomware folks might be interested in us. It's not just the data, it's also what can be done with the data. Business partners of ours oftentimes have tremendous access, but they have a tremendous access to the data depending upon where they fit in our ecosystem. And then finally, in order to facilitate working with them, we have to build trusted channels, right? So trusted channels require trusted partners. We all know about, recent attacks over the last several years where the smallest of enterprise can take down the largest simply by creating a channel or an opportunity for other would-be attackers to take advantage of. And this whole idea of can we pay, can you not pay, I'll leave to my colleagues in the federal space, but there are definite practical issues that companies and corporations have to think about. Are they going to pay the ransomware? Does that bad actor exist on the OFAC list, and is that something you can do or can't do? I'll leave all that for you all to debate with your legal counsels and your senior leaders. But the reality is you do need to have a plan as to what you are going to do should you find yourself a victim somewhere on this ransomware attack flow diagram. because if faced with it, you will have to address it. One last comment I'll say, when I was at the CISL for HHS many years ago, we got to see that one of the first ransomware attacks was when in the early days they were pretending to be the FBI, which was rather comical. And it showed up on our screens, and we said, okay, what's going on? We were able to address it, work with our colleagues in the bureau. But the interesting part was that it was the first time it had been seen. Now, fast forward the clock to the data, say from last year, and we see somewhere north of 680 million attacks in healthcare in ransomware alone. That's a rather amazing number when you consider it didn't exist 5-6 years ago in our space. Next slide, please. So it is an evolving threat, right? And that evolving threat has it's almost gone commercial, quite frankly. You know, if you look at ransomware as a service, we've seen Maze operators that kind of revolutionized it as a business, right? And as a result, they've even sold the business. Now they're moving into, evolving into the egregor model. And it's been made use by other criminal ransomware. So now they're literally selling their platform as ransomware as a service. The level of sophistication, cooperation amongst thieves, if you will, is a bit staggering. So it really points to the fact that we are going to have to be equally savvy in the way in which we understand the problem, but also what to do about the problem. And to recognize that you have to look at your full ecosystem. So this affiliate model of organization, right? Individual attacks won't look the same. They're actually offering, in some cases, you can get a modified version for, the low price of. They're offering bronze, silver, platinum support levels. I mean, this is a significant enterprise. And as a result, now you've got more unsophisticated actors entering into the game because they see it as a way to generate revenue for themselves. And if they can do that and do it successfully, then we're going to have a situation where the proliferation is only going to go exponentially higher, right? Payments required to not only restore access, but also to prevent it from being published online. Now that's an interesting play because what we're also seeing in some rare instances where even if they're paid, depending upon what the interaction was between the victim and the attacker, they're almost doing some release of information as a result of, vindictiveness, or you frustrated them in the transaction, so they're gonna make you suffer reputationally. Those sorts of things. Significant challenges exist in the space. So the best model is to not find yourself there, right? I mean, if at all possible. Go to the next slide, please, Marcus. So you've got to invest in infrastructure, in your security infrastructure in particular, right? This is not revolutionary. One of the challenges I think for ransomware is it's an insidious challenge for all of us. But if you really look at what it takes to prevent it, in many ways, it takes strong operational discipline. It takes strong hygiene practices, IT hygiene practices. It takes collaboration between security, infrastructure, and other elements of your enterprise in order to ensure that you're able to weather the storm. It's not really a matter of, are you going to be is a ransomware attack going to be attempted on your enterprise? It's really more about, how well suited are you to address that? Detection's obviously where it starts. Identify the attempts, learn from them, really, the behavioral analytics. Now, whether you can do this natively in your organization, again, depending upon your size and resource level, or you can do it, through a partner that you may have, an MSSP or other organizations that you may partner with. But you need to understand what's happening on your network. Who is targeting you? Why are they targeting you? Where, when, and where do certain events trigger certain types of attacks? Endpoint detection and response, EDR has come on over the last several years, but you can do that a number of different ways. You can use the most sophisticated tools, or you can use, candidly, some of the most basic tools to get at least a sense of what's happening on your endpoints. Very often, what's our single biggest attack factor these days? It's email. Good old 365, or whatever email system you might be using, Gmail, etc., depending upon your enterprise. And the reality is it's social engineering. And social engineering is utilized to great success in ransomware, and one that you can detect and respond to relatively easily if you've tooled yourself or paid attention in order to prevent the fraudulent activity. For example, for us on email alone, we block somewhere north of 90% of the email targeted at our organization. So it simply never gets delivered. Now we still, although our employees would tell you they get too much email, the reality is we block, 90% of it. And it's really that recognition that you're going to need to really scrutinize what's coming at you in order to contain it. So containment's kind of that next part, right? It's understanding it, it's quarantining what you see. Also, the use of deceptive technologies, if you can make use of them, can be a real tremendous effort in understanding the would-be attacker. We use that as an important part of our security stack to understand, build traps, identify what attackers are attempting to do. As they evolve, we're trying to evolve along with them. That helps us build more resilient networks, right? The use of high availability, the use of redundant systems, appropriate backup, appropriate recovery, DR, business continuity, all of these elements are going to allow an enterprise to be able to be resilient in the face of an attack like this, right? Segmenting your network, flat networks with minimal provisions or, singular God rights for folks without proper use of multi-factor authentication or other basic, what I would consider to be basic security operational hygiene, you're just asking for trouble. You're going to set yourself up for failure, and then you're going to have a problem you probably can't recover from. The idea is not only do we want to have collaboration across IT, we want to also recognize that there's a role for the various teams within your cyber defense organization, whether that's your forensics team, your identity management and authorization, authentication, those kinds of teams, those who manage your privilege account management systems. They all need to work together and use what they find to keep your employee workforce educated. But I would argue that it's not just security awareness, it is really about educating the various users within your community at the risk level they function. So oftentimes we think of the most sophisticated users as being the most well-informed, and very often that's simply not the case. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Mitigating ransomware risk is, right, it's foundational, but then you move toward the advanced. You need to find out where you are in this timeline, this sort of risk profile, and identify where you are, what improvements you need to make. Are you satisfied that you're at the level that matches the risk to your enterprise? This monitoring environmental indications of post-exploitation, the most advanced may not make sense for some organizations. But what I would hope makes sense for every organization is that foundational stuff, identifying your weaknesses and vulnerabilities, addressing those. Hygiene, patching. Patching is probably the single biggest thing you can do to avoid the attack. Configuration compliance, ensure that you're building systems that are going to be resilient in the face of these attackers. Make sure that you're ready for what they're going to throw at you. Establishing that single source of truth, right? Make sure you know all of your third-party connections and risks. Very often we find after the fact an enterprise didn't even know they had a connection that ultimately led to a compromise on their end. That's really part of understanding cataloging and maintaining a strong catalog of what it is you're doing, where is data moving in and outside of your enterprise. Next slide, please. So kind of here's our approach on this. Now we don't use the SIM tool, but I have used SIM tools over the years. They can be quite powerful. The security incident event monitoring tool, kind of bringing together vast amounts of log data, helping you drive down the noise in the channel and be able to focus on ideally those incidents that are most important to you. There are a number of other tools that will assist with that as well, but we actually used a big data lake approach. We recognize that one of the challenges for some tool sets are they force you to make choices up front about what you might need after the fact. Unfortunately, I don't have the greatest crystal ball in the world. I can't necessarily know today a bit of data that I might need tomorrow to thwart an attack or to identify an attack in progress or to identify after the fact what's happened to me. So one of the reasons we moved to that big data lake is we do a tremendous amount of data ingestion. That facilitates the analysis, the behavioral analytics, and some of the other things I was talking about earlier. There's a cost to that. There's also a talent resource cost to that. Everyone can't do that, but I would highly recommend that you at least have some way to correlate your information. You can also use services to do that. You don't have to do it yourself. Having been a member of ISC Squared's board for a number of years, I can tell you as we look at the resource pool available in cybersecurity worldwide, there are millions of jobs that go unfilled simply because the talent isn't there. So we certainly recognize that we can't all have world-class teams with world-class talent. There's just not enough folks to go around. So figure out what combination. You're going to do it yourself. You're going to have a partner. You're going to do some hybrid model. All of those really have to be considered as you're thinking about how are you going to build the resiliency in your environment to be able to withstand the sheer volume that you're going to have in this particular attack vector. We have our Cyber Fusion Center, which is tied very closely to our Network Operations Center, which is also tied very closely to our Business Operations Center, because we recognize that the attack might start as a fraudulent activity, as I mentioned, via email. It could start as something network related, where perhaps somebody with some higher level privileges found themselves compromised. It could be a more traditional cyber intelligence attack. So we had all of those parties connected in real time, 24/7, able to communicate and share in real time what they're seeing. So that's that proactive, aspect. And really, whether you're doing anomaly analytics and monitoring or whether you're paying a service to do that for you, all of those things have to be considered in your profile of defenses that you're building for your organization. Go to the next slide, please, Mark. So I oftentimes say, when I'm kidding around and I say, well, I've been in cyber for a long time and I haven't slept since 1979. And the reason I haven't slept is because we have human beings working for us. Now, having said that, our single greatest asset, I believe, are our employees, our partners, the contractors that we work with, the folks that really allow us to do what we do and deliver the value that we do as organizations. However, they also represent the single largest concern as it relates to ransomware. Phishing emails are probably the single biggest source of leading vector. So as a result, that comes down to an informed workforce, right? Training users on what to expect, how to report. You should have clear reporting mechanisms, and you should test on a continuous basis. right? You should not assume that, your once a year security awareness training where candidly, you click through the slides or you click through the exercises and now, you've got an aware workforce is going to work, because candidly, it's not going to work. You've really got to continuously train your folks, continuously challenge them. We use a lot of what we see candidly in our phishing training and phishing simulation. So when the attackers try campaigns on us, we'll capture that. We'll use that. We'll make use of it, because if it's as realistic as what they might see, they're much more likely to have that vigilance. We also do some gamification. We drive behavior through reward. So I would suggest to you that there's a number of ways to do that. And recognition is also important. The rewarding isn't necessarily, some huge bonus. It's rewarding them with, things that they might like or things that they might use, or giving them access to things that they find of interest. We also tie our security awareness training to what's in it for me at home, making it real for them, recognizing they can have similar kinds of problems at home or with their families, also helps drive it home for them and makes it real. So with that, I think we probably got about 5 minutes or so left for any questions that you might have.
Kevin, thank you. That was a lot of practical information and a very good perspective. We've gotten a question about artificial intelligence. And for those of us who work in this area, we know that that is not only emerging, but it's constantly evolving. And the question has to do with whether or not you see artificial intelligence, or what's commonly called AI applications, coming online soon to detect and help prevent some of the email phishing attacks.
That's a great question. And interestingly enough, we have this debate on our team as to how long it's going to be before our defensive AI is doing battle with the offensive AI. And we sit back and kind of watch them go at it. Now, it's a little bit of a science fiction movie view, but the reality is we're already seeing offensive AI and machine learning. And that necessitates the need for defense to also have those kinds of capabilities. There are some early things that I have seen. I will tell you, probably not fast enough. We as defenders, aren't we always lagging behind the offenders' ability to find the crack in our defenses? But this is absolutely, I think, what's coming, because if you can automate the attacks and the tools can then learn from your defenses, they only get more sophisticated. It's going to take something of similar rigor and capability on the defensive side. So I look forward to seeing what the cybersecurity vendor community comes up with. There are some early things that we've seen, that are intriguing and interesting, but I would not say that anybody's quite ready for prime time just yet. But stay tuned to this space, I guess, is what I would tell you.
Definitely an emerging area that we'll have to keep focused on, and hopefully bring you back at some point in the future, and we can probably talk about that again, perhaps in another year.
You bet. No, I'd be interested to do that.
In terms of, if you had sort of one or two things to tell the audience about your perspective and what you've learned in all of the different roles that you've held, what are sort of the top one or two things that you would offer in terms of the best things to do to try and stay ahead of the curve in this area?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the things I've been doing this now for, well, I don't know, for so many years. And, after a few decades in it, you do learn that you better always be learning. I'll be straight up. I've been a lifelong learner, and I strongly suggest that's part of your organizational fabric as well. Constantly be learning, constantly be challenging. Recognize that, that you don't want to be fighting yesterday's war. You want to be trying to lean forward, think ahead. But fundamentally, do the foundational things that have to be done. Don't shortcut them. Don't just change the new shiny object, they can be very, very effective, but they are most effective when they ride on a good foundation. When you've got the right kinds of hygiene, when you've got the right kinds of understanding about where your crown jewels are and what's of value, and then finally, when you understand how to protect them. When you can do those things, you're going to be much better suited to weather the storm that's coming your way. Because, okay, today it's ransomware. We've seen the rise of ransomware. We'll also see the fall of ransomware, but it'll be the rise of, XXware that'll come and replace it. So those foundational skills, that foundational thinking will go a long way towards allowing you as a professional in this space and your organization to be able to weather the storm.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin. This has really been a very enlightening discussion, and I know many of our participants today appreciate you taking time to prepare and spending the time with us to really share your experiences and what you've learned and what you can offer from a professional standpoint. It's been really one of the best sessions from my perspective, and so we appreciate you taking time today. With that, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say thank you for the opportunity.
With that, I think we're going to move into our next panel, and we've got several folks who are going to be participating in this. And so, Michael, why don't we give it a minute or two for everybody to get online and unmute. And I believe Tina will be back with us as well.
I'm here, Marilyn. Yep, thank you.
So with us for this next panel, we are going to have John Klimek, Andrew Fitzpatrick, and Adam Dean. Are we all online? Michael?
Yes, everyone is here.
Great. Well, Tina, I think what we're going to do first is talk a bit with John Klimek, who is the Senior VP of Industry and Information Technology for the National Council for Prescription Drug Programs, or as we commonly call it, NCPDP. And we're also going to hear a bit from Andrew Fitzpatrick, who is with Operations and Licensing for X12. For those of you who know, X12 does a lot in terms of standard development and publishing technologies. And Andrew has really been a strong advocate for a lot of the stakeholder initiatives and collaboration that we've seen. I think maybe it would be best, Tina, if you're okay with it, is that if we could ask John and Andrew to sort of open it up with telling us a little bit about themselves and their experience, and talk about what it is from a ransomware perspective that brings them to join us today.
Great. Thanks, Marilyn. So we're opening the floor to John. John or Andrew? Yep. Okay, great.
This is John. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you now, John.
Oh, perfect. Thanks. So just again, a little bit about NCPDP. We're a not-for-profit organization that basically develops standards that are used in pharmacy and in healthcare in general. Probably our most noted standards are the telecom standard, which is a standard between the pharmacies and the payers, and then also the script standard, which is the e-prescribing standard. So a little bit about our ransomware attack. I'll just go through it a little bit in chronological order as to what happened, some of the notes that came out of everything, and we're still working on some of the issues as we speak. But the actual attack took place on Sunday, September 27th at around 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Nothing like getting a call from your IT manager at that time that says that we've been attacked. So it certainly brought most of my worst fears to life, trying to then from that point on, trying to figure out what we needed to do next. Obviously, the first thing is to take all of our systems offline, disconnect our VPNs, our internal Wi-Fi's, our networks, our servers, just basically take everything down to basically make sure that nothing was sent between some of our other endpoints. Just as a side note, since March, we've been, all of our staff has been remote working. So most people that access our systems in the remote process is through the VPN process. And so that was important for us to make sure that we took care of that. And then also look to see how we might be able to still support our external staff. The next thing was obviously preserve the evidence and do backups on the infected products that we had. We also, on that Monday morning, notified our cyber insurance company. We actually had 2 policies. And then basically to work with them to determine next steps. They have a list of vendors that they wanted us to work with as far as forensic IT vendors. So we first reached out to one of those forensic IT shops that Monday morning. And then also we created an internal incidents response team that basically met every morning, really early in the morning, and also included weekends, just to get through some of the issues that we were working on. We obviously also secured a cyber attack attorney, and then using our forensic IT vendor, determined that the threat actor that was identified was Lockbit, which basically locked our files up and we could not access them. So again, we began the assessment of all of our internal files and our backups which were affected. The systems that were not affected were our website services, which is where all of our member portal is at, our email, which is Office 365, our database products that we sell was not affected, and then also our external task group activities or our collaborative tool was also not affected. So, we had some good things actually come out of it where we were protected, but some of the most severe processes that were affected were our internal servers and file systems. Then through the forensic IT shop, we began the process of contacting the threat actors to figure out what we needed to do. Their first response was that they were seeking $100,000 in ransom. Looking at some of the things that I was able to pull in a very short period of time, there was a lot of discussions around making sure that you do not pay ransoms immediately, that you don't trust the ransomware authors. There's a 1 in 20 chance that they'll take your money and not provide a decryptor, so basically still leaving you flat. And then also the decryptor may not work properly, even if you do pay a ransom and they do supply that. So all of this was something that our forensic IT shop wanted to make sure that we were fully aware as we started to go into this process. What we did from there is obviously continue with our forensic IT shop that we were working with to make sure that our endpoints were secure. We used a program that they manage to basically monitor all of our systems, our endpoints as we moved forward from that point. Then we started to try to restore our affected data. We began the decryption process. Some files did not like to be decrypted. We had a lot of issues with some systems, in particularly our financial reporting system, which seems to have taken probably the worst hit. We actually had to go to an outside consultant to help us try to get that back up online. And really, we just got it back up online last week. So it took that long. And then the one important thing is that our internal systems, we don't retain any credit card information or anything else. All of that is handled through PayPal. So again, we were safe in that regard. Then through our cybersecurity, legal, we decided that we needed to notify, obviously, our NCPDP members, but then also making sure that we told them that no member information was accessed, again, because that was through an external website server that we use. We did notice that, obviously, with our internal systems, employee information was compromised. So we provided a 2-year subscription to our staff to subscribe to LifeLock, just to make sure that they were covered. Moving forward, and again, we're almost 3 months into this, and we're still, again, trying to retrieve and revive some of our systems. So there are some things that we've already put in place and some things that we're working on right now. We decided to use the Microsoft OneDrive for all of the staff personal drives, whereas in the past we had internal servers that supplied that storage for them. So again, that's gives us some opportunity there for cloud-based storage. We also went with an outside IT service for managed detection and response to cyber attacks and malware. Again, looking at some automated identity management there for us to make sure that we were covered. Started to implement two-factor authentications for some of our programs such as Office 365 and our VPN services. And then continue to train our employees on cybersecurity principles and phishing attacks. It's really kind of interesting because probably about 3 or 4 months before our attack, we decided to use an outside company to help us with the cyber training and cyber test, phishing test. And that was actually going very well. We only had a couple of our staffers that clicked on and opened up emails that they shouldn't have. So we kind of thought that was actually doing well for us. But like I said, how they got in, the ransom attack on September 27th, we're still trying to assess that. But going forward, we want to make sure that we have all of our bases covered in everything that we do. So that's really about where we're at, again, in chronological order. Again, we're still fighting through some of our issues with some of our files, but I'd say we're probably about 80% there right now. So
this has been very interesting. To the extent that you're comfortable sharing, how did you catch it in the first place? Was it automated? A person detected something? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, it was my IT manager that actually got a notice and went into the internal systems to see that there was some activity happening on a Sunday at 4 o'clock in the morning, which didn't seem right. And we do have some staff that work late hours, but on a Sunday that seemed kind of unusual. So after looking into the system, found some of our files had the lockbit extension on it. And basically a text message attached to it saying that this was ransomware and that a ransom was going to be expected. And then they gave us some general information as to what to do next.
That's great. That person certainly deserves the Employee of the Month award. And then just sort of another question before, Tina, I turn it back to you and we move on to our next panelists for their insight. But how do you know once you're working through this, whether you've got the ransom key and you said sometimes the key works, sometimes it doesn't? How do you know if the data has been compromised or if it's what you're going to get back is still going to be accurate?
That's a really good question. And again, I think in our decryption process, for a lot of our files, they tended to decrypt rather easily. And again, our forensic IT shop that we were working on, we spent multiple hours, with them night and day to work on some of the things that we were seeing through that decryption process. And again, as I stated earlier, there were some file systems that just did not like the fact that they were decrypted or going through the decryption process. And those two was the financial system. And then we also have an internal file system that we use. and they actually use software to manage those files. And what happens is that when files are altered, changed through the encryption process, and again, this was brought to our attention from the forensic IT shop, was even through the decryption process, that doesn't guarantee you that those files are going to look and smell the same. There's going to be some differences. And those differences is what caused some of the issues in bringing up some of our other systems, such as our financial system and our file system. So yeah, it was, again, brought to our attention from the forensic IT shop that the decryption process is not going to, in many cases, is not going to be a 100% clean process.
It's really interesting perspective. Tina, do you have any additional questions?
I don't at this point, but happy to start with the introduction of Andrew Fitzpatrick from X12. We've got Andrew, correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for the opportunity. I think it's like, you know, obviously it's been talked about at length already today, is that if you know, constant learning, I think, as Kevin has said, is such a critical thing, not just for each of our organizations, but for all of us together. And I hope that through what the challenges we've had, I think, you know, and John and I have talked, you know, many times since this has happened, is if we can learn from each other, you know, and if anyone can learn from what we've been through today, to prevent going through the same challenges, and that would be well worth the time. And I'm going to try not to repeat some of what John said, because we did follow very similar processes. However, there's some pretty fundamental differences in what we went through. Ours actually also happened early on a Sunday morning. It was back the end of March. And it's one of those, I'm kind of, my normal early Sunday morning ritual is, you know, having a coffee, reading the paper while the rest of my family is still asleep. And I got a text message from one of our technical leads saying, "Can I call you?" And I'm thinking, that's really strange. Why is on a Sunday morning? Which then my heart started racing, you know, thinking, what's this about? So I talked to him, and we actually had we have 24/7 monitoring of our systems. We've got a kind of a hybrid architecture we had a lot of our public facing, not applications, but mostly websites, were hosted on virtual machines and co-location centers. So we actually owned the servers, we'll say. Many of our internal systems were already transitioned to some of the bigger cloud service providers that had some pretty extensive protections already. So fortunately or unfortunately, our situation was a little bit different. In what was encrypted for us was the public facing stuff. All of our internal systems weren't touched. But our public facing stuff was essentially turned off. And how we learned about it was the 24/7 monitoring company we have alerted us, caught it in process, and which probably minimized the impact of what actually did get encrypted or ransomed, and then quickly shut everything down. So all of a sudden, Sunday morning, now I also say is we get pretty high volume of visitors on a daily basis, but it is Monday through Friday. So as I didn't kind of give a background on X12, I think most people probably already know X12 is a Standards Development Association, very similar to NCPDP, nonprofit, ANSI accredited, and has been doing this, developing and maintaining business-to-business transaction standards for, gosh, over 40 years now. We also work across industries, so not just in healthcare and insurance, but you know, retail, supply chain, transportation, and so forth. So that was my really brief history or background on X12. We, I would say, have not fully recovered. We made some conscious decisions after it happened. We notified all of X12 members first, and then for the general public that we know about, that were registered with us. Thankfully, as far as our cybersecurity experts forensically looking at this, We did not have any information extricated or extracted from our systems, but it was simply encrypting almost exclusively virtual servers and exiting, leaving a ransom note similar to what John referenced. We got hit what was called, I believe, NetWalker, and we contacted the FBI. We opened a case with the Department of Homeland Security, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as the local authorities. And they did some follow-up with us. They did report back that they were pretty convinced it was an Eastern European crime syndicate, but that's kind of as far as we got, is identifying who actually did it. We don't believe it was through an email phishing attack. We do believe it was through the publicly available website. And the way our infrastructure worked before, or from public facing, although much of what we had appeared as one website, there was it's a collection of probably 30 different websites using different technologies. Admittedly, some of those technologies were dated and had not been upgraded to the latest and greatest. And that was probably the point where they infiltrated or vectored, we believe, as best we can tell. All that being said, we kind of looked at what is the impact. Most valuable thing I think X12 has and provides to the industries it serves is its standards. None of that was touched. We were left in a situation, though, even though we had backups, of looking at what do we stand up and what is the risk of standing up outdated technology versus rebuilding. And we have seized the opportunity for the most part to rebuild, retooled, and for the most part in a almost entirely cloud computing environment between primarily, Microsoft, AWS, and some of Google services as well. So we've kind of went across all three, and we are still working with a cybersecurity firm to still try to decrypt what was encrypted. We've limited a focus, or basically prioritized what they're working on, and it is mostly just to recover data if we can. And it is mostly for historical purposes. There's nothing that we haven't recovered from that hasn't enabled us to move forward. But it would be awfully nice to look at some of what's happened over the last 40 years and be able to have that easily available. So that's kind of, I think, the short version of what we've been through and are still going through to some extent.
Andrew, I'm sorry, Tina, I just had one question for Andrew. I was just going to ask you, because of the work that your organization does, do you think that the person who started the campaign may have been a foreign state actor, or were you able to eventually identify the originator of the attack?
All we know, or what have been reported to us from the FBI, was that they believe it was a Eastern European crime syndicate, is their exact words. So don't know if it was actually a foreign government funded or initiated or at all. We do believe, and obviously the majority of visitors to our website, which, in the close to, I guess, about 10,000 a day, a business day, are healthcare related. So we believe one of the reasons we were targeted is because of the volume of unique visitors that hit the site, as well as healthcare related post-pandemic, early post-pandemic. But we think that is what kind of brought us up on their hit list, we'll say.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andrew.
Thank you, Tina. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, not at all. No, that's fine, Marilyn. Not at all. I wanted to first of all thank Andrew and everybody who's on this panel for giving us their experiences and sharing it with the group, because I think it can be very difficult to expose your experiences to a large audience, but it is so beneficial for everybody to hear about how these happen and what kind of responses are needed in order to carry forward. And Andrew, you kind of almost talked about a silver lining in terms of being able to retool and rebuild because of what happened to X12. But a question came in that is also I've been thinking throughout the day with these sessions, a lot of what we've heard previous to this session has been in the HIPAA world with like covered entities and business associates who have the HIPAA security rule almost as a framework or a backstop to be ready to a degree. And I wasn't sure, Andrew, if you could fill us in, is X12 outside of the HIPAA framework? And if so, were breaches and fines associated with any identifiable health information, or was this more an accumulation of information used for commercial purposes that didn't have identifiable information about individuals? And were there any, were you caught in the crosshairs, so to speak, in the same way a HIPAA covered entity or business associate is when they're a victim, but at the same time potentially facing fines as breaching information?
Yeah, good question. So I would say, to answer the last part of that, no, we weren't caught in the crosshairs. We are not a covered entity under HIPAA. We don't handle, I mean, these are transaction standards that are used by healthcare entities, but we do not have access or have ever stored any of personally identifiable information related to healthcare services. The other thing, and similar, from a financial service perspective, and similar to what John said, we haven't ever stored credit card information in any of our systems, which, really thankful for that. In fact, there's times over the past 10 years or so that we've considered it. And I'm really glad at this point that we didn't, because that obviously avoided a lot of the risk as well.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, again, thank you for sharing that experience with the folks on the webinar today, Andrew. And Marilyn, I think, are we leading now into Adam Dean? Is that what's next on the panel, or do we have a little more? I'm just trying to think from a timing standpoint.
I think, Tina, we're doing fairly well on time. Adam,
Okay.
if you're with us, are you ready?
Ready as ever.
Tina, do you want to introduce Adam?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Happy to do so. So our third panelist for this session today is Adam Dean. He's a senior security specialist at Gray Castle Security with experience in digital forensics and security incident response. He's got a lot of experience here and is going to talk with us about the Eric County medical incidents to a degree, but really about a white paper that they've been working on. So I'm going to turn it over to Adam to really expand upon what he's going to share with us today. So thanks for being with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So firstly, I want to thank Andrew and John. Hearing real life stories that is outside of the media is extremely rare. But can teach a whole bunch to organizations that may be in the same position right now. I know a lot of incidents that I've dealt with are very, hush hush. Basically you'll never hear about them because of, they don't want their reputation to be damaged, or they don't want any, legal impact resulting from the incident as a whole. But when you do hear it, it's awesome. So ransomware in general, and my first slide here is a recap to what Greg was mentioning earlier. But ransomware in general, we see these changes in how it works. Back in 2011, and I think Michael might have went forward one slide here, but back in 2011 is really when we started seeing the ransomware as we know it really start to kick off. That's where we start seeing, ransom, and you have to pay in Bitcoin, and, it's going to affect, files and documents on systems. But as Greg said, these cases have gone all the way back to 1989, where you had to, send money to a bank in Panama to get your data. From there, really up into 2016, which I'm sure a lot of people on this call have been in the unfortunate circumstance of experiencing just because of how prevalent it was ransomware, which infected a single system and file shares. So they're completely automated. Individual receives an email saying, hey, open up this document I just attached. And in an automated fashion, it encrypts their files and documents on file shares. And that's where we started seeing the evolution, I suppose, of ransomware. We started seeing 2016, 2017, 2018, where the attacks were more manual. The attackers weren't deploying this malicious software, this ransomware, in a automated fashion, but rather they were on the networks for a little while, and they were looking to see, where the backups are so they can delete them, and they were trying to encrypt as many systems as possible. And more recently, in late 2019, early 2020, we started seeing ransomware exfiltrate information, or rather the attackers that would later deploy ransomware exfiltrate information. And really the objective of that is the attackers are financially motivated. They are looking for the victims to pay that ransom, which I have here on the next slide. The attackers are, they're not taking information to leak. That's not their objective. Their objective is to get you to pay that ransom. So when you hear about a lot of these ransomware variants where they have websites set up where they show the leaked information, that's not to leak the information or hurt the company's reputation. Their end goal is to get them to pay the ransom that's set out, on when they got encrypted. You can see this in a lot of the more modern variants. I'm sure you've heard of variants such as Maze or Ragnar or Sotonokibi, which was popular a couple years ago, or actually a year ago at this point, where they took information with them, and what that could be patient information, that can be any type of personally identifiable information, and they're going to take it just so you have they have an increased likelihood of you paying that ransom. So the timeline of this, which is on the next slide here, is 2011 to 2016. We saw end user documents being encrypted, file shares being encrypted. The attackers would send out a ransom note and just say, hey, pay us. Typically it was in the thousands of dollars to get your files back. In 2016, 2018, we started seeing that shift where multiple systems are infected. And with that, the cryptocurrency, the ransom amount also went up, typically in the tens of thousands of dollars. Today, ransomware has somewhat exploded, simply because the attackers are doing a lot more and they're requesting a lot more in terms of payment. Commonly, we see ransomware ransom amounts be in the millions. I think our top amount right now is about $50 million as a ransom payment that we've seen. And again, it's because these payments are being made because it's not only their documents being encrypted, but it's also because the attackers stole a bunch of information as well, and they don't want that released publicly. Now, on the next slide, this is somewhat of a generalized overview of ransomware. There's ransomware today that doesn't exfiltrate information, I believe, as John and Andrew were pointing at. But in a more generalized sense, this is showing that those changes or those evolutions that we see of ransomware, where back in 2015, 2016, honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. Even though it might seem it the first time you got ransomware, it was very quick to restore. Usually by lunch, if you got encrypted that same day, you're fully back up and online, and you don't really have to worry about the attackers taking anything, just because they typically didn't. 2017, 2018 into 2019, we saw again that multiple system, that organization, institution-wide encryption, and then in 2020, we started seeing more exfiltration. So to look at this, so incidents that we're involved with, we do collect some very high level data on whether information was exfiltrated, what the root cause of that incident is, the impact, and what we're seeing in regards to exfiltration on the next slide here is that we're seeing an uptick in terms of cases that we get involved with that exfiltration of information occurred on. A few years ago, we really didn't see that much. Typically, the ransomware operators, again, they're financially motivated. So they're just looking to encrypt documents and hope that you pay the ransom, hope that they might have hit the backups or deleted the backups so that you pay that ransom. Today, we're seeing the attackers starting to, in a sense, think to themselves, if we threaten with leaking information publicly, then perhaps, we have a higher likelihood of getting paid, because now it's not only the documents being encrypted or files being encrypted, now it's the threat of patient information or, other types of personal information being leaked. And again, ransomware variants like Ragnar or eGregor, or even more recently, we saw one case with Ryuk, exfiltrating information. Now, the root causes to the deployment methods to these ransomware variants, we're seeing still a lot of ransomware variants come through phishing, but we're starting to see that shift a little bit. Every year, we see 2 to 5% of the root causes of these incidents decrease in regards to phishing. So 4 years ago, I would say 70-ish% of ransomware events were caused by phishing. Now we're seeing a lot more of vulnerabilities being exploited, and as Greg and others were mentioning earlier, remote desktop being brute forced and exploited. We're seeing a lot more of these more manual methods of getting in, performing network reconnaissance, and then eventually deploying ransomware. And so it's not as automated, and not that, it's more manual, deployment methods that we're seeing. And that allows the attackers to also, like I said, do a lot more on the network, whether that's deleting backups, encrypting backups, exfiltrating information, or, other, attacks that they might be performing on the network. So in regards to a case study, this following client has one of the more newer ransomware variants where it did exfiltrate information. Specifically, and this is on the next slide here. So we recently responded to a healthcare organization. It's a medium-sized healthcare organization, and we found out that they responded because their data was encrypted, and we found that the attackers initially gained entry through a web-based exploit. It was actually a custom application that the client had set up. So the attackers actually found, I guess you could call it like a 0-day type of exploit in a web application that they had, a custom-built web application. And they were in the environment for about 2 months. And what they were doing in the environment was they took about 1 terabyte of data. Now, it's not only the attackers basically saying that they took 1 terabyte of data, we saw it as well during our forensics process. So this data included pretty much everything you can think of, vendor invoices to patient information to employee information. They really seem to target anything that would concern the client, any type of information that would be of concern. And then, once they're all done exfiltrating it, they deployed our ransomware, and it hit about 100 systems or so. In this case, the healthcare organization that was hit, they had good backups. They were able to restore, everything that was encrypted, or at least most of everything. Most of their critical systems and systems that are critical for operation were restored. And the ransom note, the interesting piece about this, and it somewhat shows the evolution of ransomware today, is they drop their ransom notes in multiple different ways. So if anybody here has ever experienced ransomware, typically you'll know that there will be text documents placed all over systems, basically saying email us or go to this website or pay us this amount here, in a document on a computer. In this case, we definitely did see that on the next slide here. But what we also did see is proof that they exfiltrated information. So they provided screenshots and actual files that were exfiltrated. They emailed the client directly with follow-up demands, and they actually called the client. So the client was actually getting called pretty frequently saying, hey, we have your data, pay us a ransom. In this case, the ransom amount was initially $15 million, but was lowered over time to $500,000, which again, even 4 years ago, $500,000 ransom is pretty high. Where today it's pretty, it's pretty standard. And so their issue was, we can get all these data, we can get all this data back, we can get our critical operations online fairly quickly. Therefore, should we pay the ransom? And the counter to that was, even if you can, the attackers have a terabyte of data and they have proof that they stole the data. So do we want, our patient information, and this is on the next slide here, but do we want our patient information getting out publicly? Do we want, non-critical systems, even though they can be restored, they might have information on them that the attackers take. So do you pay the ransom, even though you can completely get your data back up and online? And it's important to remember that the attackers in these cases, they are financially motivated. So so they're not necessarily, they only care about being paid, and they're willing to negotiate even if they have all your data. So when we get into the what we need to start doing to protect ourselves against this type of ransomware and other types of ransomware, there's really 3 buckets that I tend to throw recommendations and response plans into, which is prevention, detection, and response. In regards to prevention, like a lot of the things we've been hearing all day today, it really comes down to having the right technology, having the right people, and having the right processes. So, as someone was mentioning earlier, having awareness campaigns and having that continuous culture of cybersecurity implemented within an organization will not only help make sure that people understand what these attacks look like, but it's also keeping cybersecurity in the forefront of everybody's mind. And with that as well is having processes to patch vulnerabilities and to review security events and to have a risk management program in regards to vendors. So you aren't over giving too many permissions to vendors. One of those variants and stuff that was mentioned earlier was the ransomware variant called Sonokibi, which basically exploited MSP, IT MSPs, and other vendors, and that's how they got into networks. And in regards to detection, and this is really where a lot of the things that come out of detecting incidents, a lot of places do not have implemented. So on the next slide here, the big thing here is visibility. Most, I would say 90% of organizations that we respond to simply don't have visibility into their endpoints. So it's the equivalent of, a bank getting robbed and you're just reacting to money missing, but not knowing how it went missing. So having visibility, having an EDR solution, an endpoint detection and response solution, or having centralized logging, what that allows you to do is start integrating threat intelligence and start, reviewing events in a way that allows you to not only detect security incidents, but also minimize the impact of security incidents. In the case that I just mentioned earlier, the attackers were in that environment for about 2 months, and the organization had no idea that they're in the environment. Now, keep in mind, the attackers they were very sophisticated, so they're keeping their tracks pretty hidden. But it's also because the organization just didn't have that great of visibility into their endpoints. So that is definitely extremely important in terms of detecting and minimizing impact of a security incident. If an attacker is in your environment before they deploy the ransomware, it's huge. You're going to minimize downtime. You might not even have downtime. And instead of responding to a ransomware event that's impacting every single system within your environment, you're responding to an attacker temporarily getting access to some systems. Then, also really things that need to start being thought about in regards to ransomware response is minimizing impact, like I mentioned. So ransomware in general moves very quick. Any mitigation controls that are put in place should be done proactively rather than reactively. A lot of times, we see organizations say, okay, we would do A, B, and C, if we detected ransomware on our network. We would, disconnect the internet, we would turn off computers, we would quarantine them, whatever it might be. Is there anything with, our current technology today that we can do that more proactively? And that's some of the stuff that we have to look at. And, and generally, we can't trust technology too much. I'm sure everybody here has heard at least 15 times that, antivirus is not 100% effective, or, a single control is not, not a good way to stop an attack. But time and time again, we still see it implemented in environments where they're trusting their antivirus to basically stop everything. And they aren't putting strict controls in place to mitigate impact or to, prevent security incidents outright. And then finally, in the detection category, is going on the hunt. So waiting for a security incident to happen, sometimes isn't the best option. And what we see a lot of organizations doing nowadays is actually having threat hunting programs where they're specifically looking for compromises within their environment. So they might be, looking at their endpoints, or if they have an EDR solution, looking through it and integrating threat intelligence feeds so that they can say, oh, this specific process that's running on this specific endpoint is malicious. And if we continue letting it go, it might end up deploying ransomware to every single system within our environment. And a good example of this is that Ryuk notification that CISA released in late October, I believe it is now, where essentially this Ryuk ransomware, it's not just ransomware, there's this underlying infection component to it. So if a lot of these organizations that were impacted by it had a method of getting visibility into their environment and even hunting for these threats, they might find that underlying infection before the ransomware is actually ever deployed, so that in a sense they won't be impacted by ransomware. They can just be impacted by this malicious infection and deal with that, and still keep operations somewhat online. And finally, with response, the key here is to be prepared. Most likely, everybody on this call has experienced a security incident in some form or another, whether it's someone's email account got compromised and sent out a bunch of spam, or it's something more serious like a ransomware infection. What I would say is use those experiences and really make sure that you are integrating those into your response plan. If you saw a email account getting compromised, and I just mentioned that because that's just extremely common to see. But if you saw an email account getting compromised where the person sent out 4,000 emails to their contact list, start thinking about that in terms of how you'd respond if that wasn't the only impact, where maybe the attackers also somehow rerouted payroll or rerouted a large wire transfer, or potentially even pivoted to a more system-based infection where they eventually did deploy ransomware. How would the response team respond to that security incident? And I think going through those exercises, or even a more formal tabletop exercise, is something that allows you to think about what's critical to keep online in our organization, as well as how would we realistically respond to a security incident. And it varies based on the security incident, but you start building up that muscle memory, which is extremely important. And finally here, have contacts. So when you let's say every single system within your organization does become encrypted, do you know who you'd contact, or maybe that's stored in a Word document on your file share that's now encrypted? Do you know what's in your insurance policy? Do you know who you should contact for cybersecurity legal counsel? Having those contacts and having them ready to go is extremely important. And in cases where there might have been information exfiltration, having either in-house forensics experts, or something that's provided by insurance, or a contact there is extremely important, as well as crisis management in case that there is reputational damage.
It's Marilyn. If I could just jump in here, we've got a very active series of questions coming in for you and for the rest of the panelists. If I could just ask two things, and then I know I'm going to turn it back to Tina. But one of the things that I guess has to be balanced is if you pay the ransom, you as an individual company benefits because you get your data back, but then you may cause a proliferation of more attacks because now you've paid, so it's more of an incentive. And we've had a question come up in the chat is, even if you get the data back, do you know whether the entity or person that started the campaign has kept a copy? Is there any way to technically verify that? What's your perspective about that?
Yeah, so you have no proof at all. Now, what you do have is crowdsourcing, I suppose. So for instance, if I were to pay a ransom and the attackers say they're not going to release information, and then they did, well, now, you know, a lot of people will then know that, okay, you can't trust these guys and they'll probably never get paid again. And typically when you're going through the negotiations of paying a ransom, you're going through a third party, you know, a cyber extortion company of some sort. And that company will typically keep records of who pays and who doesn't. So when you're looking at paying a ransom and let's say the attackers don't give you a decryption key, or they release your information when they said they wouldn't, it ruins their reputation, even though that sounds pretty ironic. But the other piece of that is paying the ransom and you know, you basically enable them to continue deploying ransomware. Therefore the attacks really won't stop. It's tough because when you're dealing with a incident where, you know, they got rid of your backups and you just didn't have offline backups, or, you know, you don't want the reputational damage of patient information getting out. It really comes down to a business decision on whether paying a ransom is more effective than, you know, the operational, reputational, legal impact of a security incident. With that said, by default, you know, we never recommend paying the ransom. Basically, you know, like you said, you're just enabling the attack to continue. And, you know, realistically, if in a hypothetical scenario, if the US were to make, you know, paying ransoms outright illegal, it would probably completely stop the type of incident, with some short-term businesses closing, because, you know, they would still get hit by ransomware, but they wouldn't be able to pay it.
That's an interesting perspective. Tina, I know you've got a lot of folks in the chat and you had some additional questions as well.
Yeah, that's right, Marilyn. Thank you. We did get an interesting question about what would you do differently? I think that's probably directed to John and Andrew. And I do think it's a really interesting question for both of them, given hindsight and time to sort of think about what happened within their own organizations. Is there anything each of you could provide the group about what your organization could have done differently that looking back, you wish they would have?
Yeah, I'll go first if John doesn't, just because I wanted to echo some of what Adam just said. And this is based from our experience. Number one is, it's easy to say this, paying the ransom when you're put in that situation validates the criminal's business model, right? These are not rarely a group of, you know, people that are sitting in someone's garage, right? These are businesses with call centers, and they're set up for a very specific purpose. And by paying a ransom, you're validating that they have a business model that works. So I think lesson learned for us, we didn't pay the, you know, we weren't putting in, it wasn't that difficult a decision for us. We knew that there would be an impact to our members and the general public as far as accessibility of the information. We had a lot of that information up and running within a week or two. And it was probably easier for us to say, we're not paying the ransom. But I wanted to echo that. And then the other thing is what we would do differently. Well, prior to the ransomware attack, we would follow best practices. And it certainly put us in a situation now. And I think this is the reality of the world we operate in today, is it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And what do you do about it if it, or when it happens? It is a pay now or pay later type of decision in its simplest form. And admittedly, we made a pay later decision. And you know what? If I had that time back again, we would do things very differently. Since then, and this also, I think, reiterates some of what Adam said, is we know what was encrypted and what the impact to us was almost immediately. What we looked at is, okay, what if this was worse, right? How much education had we provided for our staff members in terms of being able to identify phishing email attempts? We didn't provide much of any education. What have we done since then? Yes, we have educated everyone. There's many things we've done. It was a wake-up call in a lot of senses, and I wish we had woken up to it a lot sooner. But you know, I hope again everyone learns from this.
Yeah, good point, Andrew. And you know, I'll echo also what Adam said earlier about, you know, can you trust ransom threat actors? You know, and one of the things we heard loud and clear from our forensic IT shop was exactly what Adam said, is if you're working with these people, you sort of have a sense that they're in it just to get some money out of you, and that's really about it. They don't want your files. You know, they don't want your information. What's kind of interesting is that same weekend that we got hit, there was a huge block of hospitals that got hit that same weekend on the West Coast. And I'm not sure who, you know, what the attack was or the culprit was, but you know, it was just coincidence, I think. You know, again, if you look at our website, we've got healthcare smattered all over our website. So imagine if there's a threat actor trying to look at somebody to attack in the healthcare arena, that's probably what they do. So, you know, and then to the question of what would you do differently, you know, Andrew and I talked a lot when X12 got hit, and trying to understand, you know, the process that they were going through. It was right after that we decided that we were going to train our staff, you know, on these phishing tests. But to be quite honest with you, I don't think that was enough. We could have done a lot more, you know, and again, to Andrew's point, we lived through it. And now we're implementing a lot of things that we should have had in place, such as two-factor authentication. I mean, that should have been a given. But you know, again, you know, we didn't implement something like that. Now we do have that. You know, and developing cloud-based backups. You know, that was something we talked about before our attack, because we had an internal server that did our backups, and it was already hitting the end of life for that server, and we were talking about going to a cloud-based service. Again, I think we were probably only about 2 weeks away from making that decision and moving forward when we got hit by the ransomware attack. And unfortunately, all of our backups were on an internal server, which were also you know, encrypted. So there's a lot of things we could have done differently that I think would have mitigated some of the time spent that we've already spent going into 3 months and still having some issues out there that we still have to deal with.
Thanks, John and Andrew. Really, really interesting. Marilyn, did you want to follow up with any other questions? We've got, I know, a few more in the chat here.
Yeah, I think we have a few more in the chat, Tina, and one of them has to do with, I think, and if the person, if I don't phrase it correctly, the person who submitted the question can do it again, but it talks about whether or not there are any cases where the ransom was paid and then the hacker came back again asking for additional ransom, threatening to again release the information, or maybe it's a second attack. Does anybody have any information to respond to that question?
Yeah, so we have seen that before.
Wow.
Typically, it's in cases where you know, you don't fully investigate the security incident. In a lot of cases, you know, we get called in because the end organization, you know, restored data, restored their systems, but they didn't actually investigate what the root cause of it was. So the attackers are just going to come back in and you know, re-ransom the environment, and they're going to be more motivated to do so because they know you're willing to pay.
Yeah, it's a really perverse incentive that frightens a lot of organizations, definitely. You know, another question probably geared towards you, Adam, is this one down here where they say, in your wildest dreams, is there a world where these attacks no longer happen? And if so, how do we get there? You know, is there ever going to be a point where industry, and in particular healthcare, is one step ahead of the attackers, or will we always be playing catch up?
So I don't think there's a world where 100% security will ever be a thing. That's it. I guess to me, it's similar to saying, you know, a world where there's 0 drunk drivers on the road. You know, because it really comes down to people making human mistakes in regards to cybersecurity, people making mistakes, accidentally clicking on phishing emails. You know, misconfigurations being introduced, someone forgetting to update a system or patch a system, and realistically attackers, you know, continuously building up their skill set as well. I think in regards to ransomware specifically, the only way that it could be truly stopped in the US is by creating legislation to basically make paying ransoms illegal. But the downside of that is if someone does get hit by ransomware and they do need to pay the ransom, they're basically going out of business.
Yeah, that's a really hard one. That's where, you know, it's this whole, you know, being the victim of an attack, but then at the same time being penalized for being a victim. That's a really hard one. Yeah, definitely. So one question Marilyn and I had for all three of you relates to just a single piece of advice based on your experiences for the folks on the phone today. If you could give one piece of advice for everybody based on what happened with your organizations, what would that advice be? Maybe we can start with John and move to Andrew and then Adam.
Sure. So, you know, as we're going through this process and making decisions on things that we need to incorporate and put in place so that we can at least minimize future attacks, one of the things that I know we're going to end up developing is a cybersecurity budget part of our plan. I mean, I know a lot of the things we have in IT sort of cover some of that stuff, but in looking at some of the other aspects that we've had to put in place, it's gonna have an impact on our budgets, you know, coming up for the next year. So, but here again, that's the cost of doing business and making sure that you can operate on a day-to-day basis. You know, to know that you're, I guess to the question earlier, do you ever know that we'll get to a point of 100% security? I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think there's always going to be the cracks out there that are going to allow these threat actors in, and all we're trying to do is minimize that.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
I think, and it goes along lines with John said about budgeting for it, and it's you know, there's human resources and there's technical resources, and you can't look at one without looking at the other in today's environment. And you have to plan on it and ensure you have a contingency plan across all of those things. Because I still think it comes down to, it's not if it happens, it's what do you do when it happens, and it's planning.
Yeah, and for me, it really comes down to understanding that you're not too small, you're not too big, you're not interesting enough. You know, if for some reason you escaped dealing with a security incident this far, you're going to experience one. It's just inevitable. So, you know, I would say don't assume that you know, you won't experience one, because you will if you haven't yet, or you just haven't noticed that you have already. But really look at those three areas: prevention, detection, and response, and you'll be, you know, definitely, it's a good place to start that program.
And one of our participants has asked about the topic you mentioned earlier with respect to legislation. to prevent paying ransomware? Are you aware of any current initiatives at either the federal or state level that have started those types of legislative activities, either in terms of an introduced bill or hearings or something like that?
No. So I haven't heard of any legislation that's trying to make that happen. I think it's just because of the business enders, that I like to call them, that would happen if that legislation was introduced. However, OFAC, Department of Treasury, released statements basically saying that if you don't do the proper sanction checks and you don't do the proper checks on Bitcoin wallets and the attackers, and you end up paying an attacker who has sanctions against them, or a country or whatever it might be, that you can face, millions of dollars in fines.
It seems like some have the perspective that the bank account is endless. At some point, as you mentioned earlier, the bank account is empty.
Right.
Say, Adam, I have a question for you about your work with other industries and whether you see other industries as, role model might not be the right word, but have other industries really increase their cyber readiness in a way that you feel healthcare should look towards, so that healthcare can be better ready? Or are we all sort of in the same boat across multiple industries in this country?
So in a very general sense, everybody's in the same boat. However, specific to healthcare, and this might be, just my biased view look at things, but I feel like healthcare has really stepped up in terms of security as a whole industry between 2018 and 2019-ish. I feel like there's been a lot of more push in terms of organizational security, and I think it comes out of a lot of these, big hospitals being hit by ransomware, and people thinking, oh, we might just be a small, hospital in, somewhere in the United States, but we do not want that to happen to us. And I think that's really caused a lot of change in the industry specific to healthcare. But again, that also could be totally inaccurate. That's just kind of what I see from my point of view.
Yeah, and Marilyn and I live in the healthcare world, and we understand HIPAA and the HIPAA security rule. And I'm not sure if these other industries have their own security rules associated with them, but it seems to me, at least in healthcare, having that HIPAA security rule there for organizations that do fall under the HIPAA regulatory regime is somewhat of a framework to help encourage them to be ready, as opposed to organizations that don't have a security rule that they're intended to or supposed to abide by in order to help them be ready. I know there's Nist and other entities that help outside of HIPAA as well, but it seems, I'd like to get your thoughts on having that HIPAA framework in place and whether you do believe it helps from a readiness standpoint on the security rule side.
Yeah, so firstly, I would say there's definitely a big difference between security and compliance. In regards to, being compliant with these standards doesn't necessarily mean that you're in the most secure state that you can be. However, what they're good standards to build off of. So, if standard says change your password, every 6 months, it's a good point to start at, but you may want to think about other password policy mechanisms that you can implement, and that's a pretty bad example, but don't think if you're complying with 100% of the standard or the the regulation that you're completely secure, and you definitely won't have a security incident.
Great.
Tina, I know we've got just a few minutes left. I just wanted to turn back for a minute to Andrew and to John and ask if there's anything that we haven't talked about, if either of you, in terms of a closing comment or closing remark, wanted to share with the participants.
Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, I can't, again, I will admit some level of naivety to this before this experience, in terms of not even sure what authorities to report a breach to, and having to learn a lot of that the hard way, not knowing who to call for help or guidance. And I mean, I don't know if it's anything we've already said. It's just contingency planning and ensuring you plan across all of those aspects, and all of your systems processes.
And, you know, the only thing I would add to to that is know your internal staff's capabilities. There were a lot of situations we were put in to try to figure out, you know, how to resolve some of the things we were running into. And there was just some situations that we just knew at certain points we had to go to an outside consultant or an analyst or somebody to help us, because, you know, we're a rather small IT shop. I mean, we only have like 3 people. So, you know, it's awfully difficult to be the master of, you know, of everything. So again, I would just say, you know your staff's limitations and help support them in any way you can by asking those questions and looking to possibly outside resources.
I think on top of that, it's just, there is this other part of it that I think realizing that you're not in this alone, that you're not, if you get hit with a ransomware attack or another type of breach, someone has been through this before. Right? And there's a lot of great, you know, professional organizations out there that are able to help you. And, you know, it was pretty amazing to me how much I learned, how quickly, just by talking to either people who've been through this before, including, you know, cybersecurity consultants and insurance companies and lawyers and everything else, but as well as other associations, you know, such as NCPDP. As John said, we talked immediately after that episode, and then, you know, many times since then through what they've been through as well. So you're not alone. Someone's been through this before, and there's a lot of people out there that can help.
Yeah, and I have to echo, I mean, September 27th, when we saw the attack, that was a Sunday, guess who I sent a message out to? Andrew.
Yeah.
And it was basically just asking for some basic information to see what he can supply to us, so that when we got to Monday, we could already start, you know, be asking and making the calls that we needed to make. But I mean, I knew Andrew was through this back in March, and we talked a lot since then. But right after the attack, I was just like, I got to call Andrew.
That's amazing and wonderful to hear. It's really really encouraging. And I think even just, you know, your openness about speaking in a forum like this, where you can exponentially share these experiences with folks. I think, you know, we've gotten messages here just about how much people on the Zoom event today appreciate the sharing of this information and how helpful it is to them. And I agree, it's rare that you see folks come and give their stories like this to a large group. And Marilyn, I'm sure you feel the same way, but I'm so grateful that we've got folks like you out there who are willing to share your stories so we can all learn from them.
Yeah, I have to echo Tina's comments on that. I mean, this has been really wonderful information that I think gives us insight into what to do, what to think through, and the fact that you've experienced it, as you've all said, you're not alone if it happens in your work environment or even in your home environment.
Well, I think, Marilyn, that's a great way to wrap up this session here on the panel. I know we do have a few minutes, and Michael McNutt does have a survey. He was thinking if we had a little bit of extra time, we could ask folks about how they learned about the WEDI event. I don't know, Michael, if this is, if you feel you want to use these 4 minutes to do that, or if you'd prefer to do it later, if you're there, Michael.
The poll's on the screen.
Great. So we'll use these next 4 minutes to fill out the poll, and then we'll get started with our next panel at 3:15.
Thank you very much, everybody. We'll proceed with our next session momentarily.
Great. I think we are at our start time for the next panel, which I am pleased to introduce some really terrific people here. And I see Lee Barrett on the screen. Hi, Lee. It's wonderful to see you, and thank you for your time and expertise today.
Thanks, Tina. Good to see you as well. And Marilyn.
Absolutely. And we've got Julie Chua, who is Risk Management Branch Chief at HHS on this panel, along with Lee Barrett, Executive Director and CEO of ENAC, and Eric Decker, Chief Security and Privacy Officer at the University of Chicago Medicine. I would note here that all three of these people are members of the 405D, which, for those of you who might not know, is the aligning healthcare security approaches section within the Cybersecurity Act of 2015, a very important section that the industry is really doing a lot of work on. So I think what I'll do is turn the panel over to each of you and have you each give your own bio as you'd like the folks to know you. And we'll get started on getting your playbook ready, preparation and protection for the future. Julie, how about, or Lee, whoever wants to start first can go ahead.
Julie, go ahead.
Sure.
I'll let you go first.
Great. Thanks so much, Tina, Lee, and Eric, and also for Weddy for inviting us here today. And essentially, my part of the presentation is to just give you an overview of where we are in terms of health sector cybersecurity, and also introducing what 405D is, and also why we are adamant and really pushing forward with a lot of the initiatives within the 405D task group and program, and also giving you some strategic insight into preparedness, awareness, and essentially risk management in our space. So I think this first slide speaks a lot, and this is not anything that is new, and this is not something that you were not expecting to see as the current state for our health sector today. But I think I do want to point out and highlight that there are a lot of reports as well as articles that really show and talk about why is it that healthcare is either vulnerable to cyber attacks. What are we learning about the current pandemic in terms of a potential global cyber event? And I would offer up some of the insights for those to kind of level set and give you a foundation for the discussion with Lee and Eric into this presentation. So World Economic Forum, they had a very interesting article, and it's pragmatic in its final thoughts, where it actually says cyber is a known and anticipated risk. And with that in mind, I think for all of us in the health sector,
it's really important to think about, are we prepared? And what does it mean to be prepared within our own organizations? Contingency planning will come into play or come into discussions. Cross-stakeholder and sector collaboration and leadership. That is essentially what 405D is, and also the Health Sector Coordinating Council, and how we at HHS are working with our industry partners to tackle this. And also exercises, being clear about roles and responsibilities. I think all of these things we are hearing all the more now. And within the presentation, you will hear about enterprise risk management, which is another key concept that I think all of us should be aware of. And the one last thing about just health sector writ large right now is another interesting article about vulnerable by design. So healthcare organizations, we all know there are a lot of different varieties of endpoints, different varieties of devices, equipment, and everything that you can think of that would make a environment complex, make it very hard to protect, and make it hard to mitigate risks within your organizations. But more on that later in terms of mitigating practices and what you can do. The next slide really gets into the enterprise risk management concept. And here the key takeaway is organizations need to realize that cybersecurity risk is one of many risks that you are hopefully monitoring within your organizations. And this is where it makes it a little bit more concrete when we say cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It's more concrete when we say cyber safety is patient safety. And what that really means is we are all in this together, and we need to make sure that cybersecurity is treated as not solely an IT issue. It should be dealt with in terms of impacts to mission, business, programs, all the risks you see in this circle. There could be more that you are tracking within your portfolio, but it really needs to be that shift in mindset that it is not a IT issue only, and we should be looking at this at an enterprise level. Another key takeaway that I would want folks to keep in mind within this presentation is ERM really allows for equal visibility of cybersecurity and cybersecurity needs as it relates to enterprise needs. Another thing to think about is it allows for bi-directional communication between your CISO, your information security professionals, with your business functions and your other risk domains within your organization. Next slide. So what is, I think my next slide is the 405D program itself. Yes. So what is our mission? It's aligning healthcare industry approaches. What does that mean? What we are trying to do is, as a public-private partnership, we want to make sure that we have thought leadership across the board. We want to make sure that we are providing consensus-based, industry-led cybersecurity practices that are presented in consumable, practical ways that are presented that would be more understandable for a non-cyber or non-IT professional, and that we are coming up with practices and resources, including mitigating practices that would speak to any level within your organization, no matter if you are an executive, if you are a IT or InfoSec practitioner, operational, or you are a clinician or in the provider, more medical practitioner space. And the key term or key concept here to hone in on is we are trying to drive behavioral change. And I say that to focus on that because we could produce and develop all the wonderful and thought-provoking awareness materials and providing them to stakeholders and organizations, but if we don't see or realize that behavioral change, we still have a lot of work to do. Next slide. This is more of the roadmap or of where we got to where we are. And I think the key takeaways here are it is a co-chaired initiative. Eric Decker is my co-chair from the industry side. I represent HHS within this task group. We continue to do a lot of new materials with a lot of new concepts, specifically in ERM, as I mentioned, and all other topics and cybersecurity needs that we are hearing from stakeholders. And the call to action from me, at least, and I think you will hear it from Eric Decker, is that we are still looking for participants, thought leaders, new perspectives. If you feel that you have expertise, if you feel that you need some forum for discussing complex issues with healthcare cybersecurity, I think this is a good task group to get involved with. And we are in need of a lot more of the medical practitioner, clinician type of perspectives. And we have been very fortunate to have those in our task group, but we definitely need more. I think I have one more slide before I turn it over to Eric. Yes, this slide just gives you an overview of what the task group makeup is, and also what we are planning to do and how to get involved if you do want to participate in 405D. I'm going to pause there, Tina, and I think either we move over to Eric's presentation or we open it up for questions. I'm not sure.
Sure, we can move to Eric, and then Lee can bring up the back of it with his expertise on accreditation, privacy, and security. So Eric, if it makes sense, we'll turn to you as part of this 405D task force, and then sure. Turn to Lee.
That sounds great. So I'm going to be talking about the work products that we've already produced as part of this task group. I already see one of the questions that came in of how to actually contact to join. I will put that in the chat so that you can see it. It's essentially an email to an email address called cisa405d@hhs.gov. I'll put it in chat so you can actually see the exact email address. So as Julie said, I'm Eric Decker. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer and Privacy Officer for University of Chicago Medicine. That's my day job. My second job is helping Julie out. No, it's just a joke. So Julie's my partner in crime in all of this. I've known her now for about 3 years, so she's actually kind of family at this point. So I represent the industry side of the house. I lead the industry group, and Julie leads the government side of this partnership. So the first thing, and we had wonderful people like Lee in our group, and producing content, and specifically as we get into Hiccup, which is this document called the Health Industry Cybersecurity Practices, Managing Threats and Protecting Patients. Hiccup is the fun little moniker that we've given it, a little lighthearted, but also easy to say. So this document is the result of 2 years worth of work with over 250 people that have been involved in its publication. It's broken up into, it's actually got 4 total volumes inside of it. There's a main document that is really focused in on the non-IT practitioners, so your executives, your clinical people, providers, compliance people, just folks who don't necessarily understand the meat and depth of cyber and what that entails. And the audience of that is really to try to identify and posit that there are 5 threats that all healthcare organizations face, and essentially 10 practices that can be stratified by if you're small, medium, or large, that can mitigate and help manage those threats. So we tried to put together a document that would actually serve many needs and many different groups, solve for the many different groups to understand this particular challenge. One of those threats that we've identified is ransomware. So very astute to the topic of this today's presentation, and we'll dive more into the ransomware guidance in 405D and HICcup. The other volumes, there's 2 technical volumes, technical volume 1 and 2. Technical volume 1 is, it takes those 10 practices and breaks them out into sub practices and is specific to how small organizations can help manage and mitigate these risks. So it's really geared in on focusing in on the small side, because as was represented earlier in earlier presentations, how we actually go about managing these issues is very different based on the different type of organization you are and the type of resources you might have, the type of funding you might have. So technical volume 1 is really going to focus in on a lot of very core basic principles, some stuff that is free, doesn't cost anything. It's more a process and configuration, as well as some practices that might come with some additional dollars. Technical volume 2 is for the medium and large size organizations. So this is the place for organizations like myself, where we're a large academic medical center, very complicated, very complex systems, ecosystems, et cetera. Obviously in my world, the large size is where it matters most. And when you read technical volume 2, it's additive. So if you're large, you'll take the medium practices and add in the large practices, and you take both to account for it. The technical volumes are really written for those IT and cybersecurity professionals. I like to think of this as, if you go to the next page, next slide, I like to think of it as a recipe book. The idea is there's all kinds of practices that are outlined in here. These practices, all of them map back to the 5 threats that we all feel that we face within healthcare. Some examples of those threats: ransomware, as I mentioned before, phishing attacks, attacks against patient safety due to medical devices, insider threats, people making mistakes, etc. So, each of these sub-practices and practices really map back to that, and depending upon what you're trying to actually solve for, might have direct or indirect ability to manage it. So in this case here, that I've got a little recipe for managing a phishing attack. So sort of in that vein of a recipe book, 5 ounces of some basic email protection, a dash of multi-factor authentication, although hopefully more than a dash, because that's really, really good and really important for managing phishing issues, workforce education, et cetera. So they're all layers together to build your defense against these types of threats. You go to the next slide. So we're talking about ransomware and ransom in general. So within HICcup and the technical volumes, we've actually outlined this. For technical volume 1, which again goes back to the small practices, small size organizations, we're highlighting these, looks like 7 practices of things to consider. So email, knowing that most phishing attacks come in, they start with, most ransomware attacks start with a phishing attack, and it's an initial compromise that gets into your environment, and then lateral movement and eventually spread of ransom. Some protections against that first channel in your email system is very important, very, very critical. So you can add that into your recipe book. Then of course, focusing in on endpoint, access management, asset management, and network segmentation are all very good things to consider to help slow and manage and mitigate those ransom threats. Vulnerability management, of course, I think that was already mentioned earlier in the presentations earlier. Once the attackers are either inside your environment or they're trying to break in through external systems, they will look at vulnerabilities that are on your systems and spread once they've made that first initial foothold, or perhaps they're going to use a vulnerability to get in as that first initial foothold. And then last but absolutely not least, that incident response side of the house. This is more entirely process than tooling. Making sure that you have some solid playbooks in place, you understand what you're going to do, and participating in the various ISACs that exist, like HISAC, will definitely help you in managing these issues. These are also, we think of these as just basic hygiene type of cyber controls. So if you can do these things, then you're doing pretty good to sort of to stem the tide against these attacks. If you move to the next slide. So I'm not going to dive into this in depth. I know that the slides will be available, and I want Lee to be able to have some time to talk too. So this gets into the specifics of what to do within the practices within Technical Volume 1. So I'll let you read that. One thing I'll just note is, as we put all of this together, we were really making sure we were not reinventing wheels, and that we were not creating new security practices that had never been posited before. So this all maps back directly to Nist. Many of the Nist special publications, it maps back to the CIS, the top 20 list, the CIS top 20 list, and several other best practices that are already out there. What we tried to do as a task group was serve as a catalyst into thinking about what are the things that you can do, how do you actually go about doing them, get you over the hump and hurdle of that initial sort of hesitation of maybe you're not exactly sure what an incident response playbook should look like. We build all that out. We show you what are some of the elements of what that can be, and hopefully then you can take it from there and dive into more stuff. Lee, it looks like you wanted to say something, so I came off mute.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
I'm listening.
Right, so, not a problem. If you go to the next slide. So just again, so now we're talking about Technical Volume 2. So this is the medium and large size organizations. You'll notice that the practices are the same. The overarching practices are generally the same. They are, well, not generally, they are the same between the small and medium and large. Where they differ is in the sub practices. So these elements underneath it. But some of them do overlap, like, within endpoint protection, some of the same basic stuff applies in the mediums and the larges as it does in the smalls, which of course, I think everybody would understand that. But you will add in, additional layers of additional advanced items as you get bigger. So things like single sign-on, and as an example, is something that the larger systems will try to do. Doing advanced network layer segmentation, micro-segmentation, those types of things is something that the more advanced players do. And those are things where you actually need tooling and automation in order to achieve those outcomes. Putting in data loss prevention systems, as an example, is a very big and complicated thing to do, and expensive. And so, so that when you get into the tooling side of the house, you're generally moving into that medium and large size. So in this case, again, a bunch of more practical, very targeted and tactical types of things you can do to manage ransom. If you keep going, next slide. All right, so those are the very specific practices on how to help manage ransom. Several different ways to get engaged or consume the materials of the 405D group. So we break this up into really 3 or 4 different areas. We have a lot of awareness engagements like we're doing today, where we're presenting at webinars or conferences. Obviously, we're not in conferences in person anymore, although that will hopefully change here after we reach herd immunity and come back to normal working. There are several different outreach options available. So there is what we call the 405D post. So every other month, there's a newsletter that goes out We profile a member of the task group. They write up a little 1 or 2 page focused topic that they want to provide some input to the industry on. And then the rest of the 405D team puts together some additional insights from Hiccup and other materials that we've produced on how to manage some of the issues du jour. So that the post is one. There's also on the off months, so that's every other month. In the months that we're not doing a post, we're hosting a spotlight webinar where we're really targeting in on a specific topic. So we actually have one coming up very soon. And that topic is going to be about enterprise risk management and cybersecurity as a component of enterprise risk management. It's actually tomorrow. So if you're interested in participating in that, then you can still reach out to the same email address and get the invite. There's also other ways that we're trying to consider on how to get more outreach. So we're leveraging social media as an example. We are on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Not yet in LinkedIn. We're trying to crack that nut. I know that's really the platform where most of us do our professional social media work. So we do have a hashtag on LinkedIn, but it's not a page itself. On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, you can follow us at Ask405D tagline and get us there. And we're pretty active in those areas, and we certainly appreciate follows. And then lastly, there's some new resources coming out. So we're one of the things that we found as a task group, and we get 250 people that have provided opinions on what's the most meaningful way of outreach and making an impact on industry. We come up with a lot of different thoughts and ideas. So some of those, as is being produced here shortly, this pharmacy series, is trying to think about how to distill this 4-volume, 250-page, massive beast of a guide, which is what Hiccup is. It's pretty big when you look at it in its totality, into something very specific and meaningful. So we're leveraging this concept of prescriptions. So take a prescription of various types of cybersecurity practices to help manage a ransomware attack, or things like that. So that prescription series is coming out very soon, if it hasn't actually already come out. And it will be twice a month, it'll be released. The way to get all of this information right now when we release it is through the email address. So sign up for our distribution list and listserv by emailing the CISO405D at HHS. Hopefully at the beginning, the early half of 2021, our website will be updated to a modern platform, and there'll be a lot better ways to interface with us in that manner. If you go to the next slide. So I think this is the last one for me. So very soon. So what we produced in 2018, between 2017 and 2018, was Hiccup. It was released December 28th of 2018, coming up to its 2-year birthday. We have a new publication we're working on, which is Cybersecurity as a Component of Enterprise Risk Management. And for those of you who are familiar with what Nist is doing, they're building a integrated ERM special publication called under 8286. It's Nist special publication 8286, and it's for all industry. And what we're working on in parallel, but also in concert with Nist, is how to adopt that, and again, the same kind of practical manner that we did with Hiccup, an implementation and how-to guide for how you actually do all this cyber stuff as it relates to and is a part of enterprise risk management. Because cyber is really just one of many risks that an organization is going to face, as Julia mentioned earlier. So we're going to be continuing on that. That task group is active right now. We have some hopes to get some content done by about mid-2021. If you're interested in this topic and you actually have also some expertise in this topic, please reach out to us. We always welcome new members, and it's a great way to get involved in something that is meaningful and sticks with our healthcare industry. I think I will pause there. There is the contact us info. You can get to Hiccup by going to phe.gov/405D. You can also, I think, just Google 405D. You'll get, hopefully, it'll be on that front page. You'll be able to find us. Or you can also just Google Hiccup, HICP, ignore the financial version of what Hiccup means, and go to the health industry cybersecurity practices. The rest of these appendices are for your benefit. I think it's up to you, Nellie.
Thank you, Eric. And let me take a second. So I'm Executive Director and CEO for ENAC, the Electronic Healthcare Network Accreditation Commission, and great to be here and some great information that you've all gotten today. I do want to take a second just to recognize Eric and Julie for a tremendous amount of work, leadership, and really a great partnership between the public and private sectors that's occurred. And as they talked about, I mean, there's been over 200 people that have been involved with this since 2017. So it is a terrific initiative, and I'll just put a plug in as well, as Eric did. If you are or Julie, a provider, they certainly would like to get more provider input and expertise as part of this. So if you are a provider or you're in a provider organization, please let them know. They'll get you engaged really quickly. But great work on the part of HHS, and certainly in leading this, and Eric. So let me talk about for a second, kind of for a few minutes, the whole process here of kind of, we're talked a lot about, cybersecurity, the risks, what you need to do, and I'm going to go over a few of those things, but also talk about, third-party assurance and the need for potentially having a third-party review, certification, or accreditation, and why should you do that? So this particular slide that I have up here really shows all the various kind of stakeholders, and there's multiple stakeholders that we're all dealing with. Here, there's a lot of different, what I would call risk vectors that you're seeing throughout a slide like this that are all lurking out there. And there are a variety of different actors, stakeholders that are trying to hack into your environment. So it's very complex. And you're going to hear me talk often in these next few minutes about really robust cyber hygiene within your organization. And as Eric was talking about, and Julie, about enterprise risk management, ERM, that is an extremely key aspect now that organizations need to be looking at across their entire enterprise. Next slide, please. So let's talk about kind of an actual kind of cyber security incident, and what do you need to be thinking about? Eric talked about some of these things that are part of the 405D cadre of resources that are available to you, but it really comes down to preparation. The aspect of what you need to do as an organization to prepare for a cyber incident when it's going to happen. And the fact is, it's not, and you've heard from several people saying, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and how prepared are you? And how are you going to respond as an organization from the standpoint of the incident, defining the objectives, investigating the situation, taking the actions that you need to take, and then the follow-up after the incident actually has happened, the post-review that you need to be looking at, and what additional changes do you need to make to your contingency planning, and so that the next time it happens, you're even more prepared and you've got a far more robust cyber hygiene on how you're going to address an issue like this in the future. Next slide, please. So let me take this, to another level here, as far as kind of this whole aspect around cyber hygiene. So what you're seeing here, and again, this is kind of gives you another good view from an enterprise perspective of looking at this across your organization and holistically from the network side, the firewalls, employee security and awareness training, internal defenses, your compliance, whether it's HIPAA or other types of regulatory aspects that you need to be compliant with, the forensics, the real-time side of this. So this really starts to take and look at this across the enterprise at that ERM level. So again, another view of how you need to be looking at your organizations. Next slide, please. So then we start to look at this again. I think it's from a planning perspective and what you need to be doing to be planning as an organization in looking at this from, okay, how do you look to predict? What types of tools do you have to predict most likely attacks and how they're going to occur, where they could be targeting within your organization, how you're going to prevent any of this in the future, as far as deterring attacks, alert systems that you have, how you're going to respond and detecting all of this. So it's a matter of being as proactive as possible in detecting, understanding, and being able to respond. So all of these are kind of the four key, I think, pillars that organizations need to be thinking about as part of your overall robust cyber hygiene environment. Next slide, please. So then there's the whole aspect of looking at this thing from the customer or stakeholder, patient perspective, and what needs to go on there from that vantage point. And it's really a matter of looking at it from the standpoint of patient access. If patients can't get access to their records, as we've heard, there have been in all these various ransomware attacks, whether or not it's UHS in the hospital system or other types of major hospital systems. We even had one here in Connecticut, which an entire hospital system was down for 10 days, including all the physicians, all of the various clinics that were part of that. No patient could gain access to any of their records. Their providers as well, couldn't gain any access on their behalf. They couldn't make appointments. So if they had treatment plans, those couldn't happen. So how is all that impacted as well from a patient and a stakeholder perspective? And then if the enterprise is compromised, how are you going to, again, goes back to the contingency planning. What type of contingency plan is in place to mitigate this as quickly as possible, mitigate the credibility impact that could have, where patients are reluctant to continue to go back to that provider or that environment because of that attack that occurred. There's all of those aspects that go into your planning that you need to be thinking about as far as how you're going to respond and how you're going to communicate out to even the customers or the patients and other stakeholders. Next slide, please. And then, Eric talked about this whole vulnerability management model. And so this is a particular model that gives, again, takes across, and you can look at this from the standpoint of where your organization is from level 0, being non-existent as far as not having any vulnerability scanning, manual vulnerability assessments, some type of haphazard patching, nothing that's organized. No processes exist, no metrics, to really level 5, which is looking at this from a business risk management perspective, and the threats and the risks are aligned, the threat vectors are scanned and prioritized. It's a much more robust cyber hygiene here that organizations need to be evolving to and looking at how they're going to look to get there. So it's a matter of where organizations are and where they want to be against this. And again, then it's a matter of leveraging the resources out there to get to that point. Next slide, please. And then, again, this looks at the various components and the 5 here that I think organizations really need to be focused on as part of their cyber hygiene, from identification to the protection to the detection, responding, and how do you recover? What should that contingency plan to be able to recover here and to address all the various aspects that organizations need to be addressing, including communications and keeping the various stakeholders apprised of what you're doing and how you're responding to it. Next slide, please. So what can you do? What do you need to be doing here in an effort to kind of address and put that robust cyber hygiene in place? The first thing is know your organization. Do the workforce members come on site to conduct business, or can they work from a telecommuting perspective? And today, obviously, that's what we're all doing. How's your business subject to HIPAA as a covered entity? The whole aspect around written policies and procedures. Is your data classified? Do you conduct ongoing threat and risk analysis? Can data be wiped from any mobile devices? Do you know your downstream business partners? So these are the things as far as understanding your organization that are very important as part of the contingency planning that you're putting in place. And then you've got things like vulnerability scanning, web application, phishing campaigns, and remote penetration. And then doing an overall assessment across the organization and doing that summary in looking at this thing really quantitatively as well as subjectively across in relation to understanding where the gaps, risks, and what you need to do to remediate those. So those are some of the things that you can start looking at. Next slide, please. What else can you be doing? Well, there's a whole set of items on the left-hand side of the screen that I have for you to be thinking about. And the fact that, health providers are spending $3.8 million on their third-party risk management. We're going to talk about that more in a second, but the whole third-party risk management component is very important. Many of you have a number of organizations that you contract with that provide business services on your behalf. So you need to be as well managing the risk with all of those entities, because if they have a breach, they have a cyber attack, it's going to have an impact on your organizations. And then as well, the whole enterprise risk management component that Julie was talking about here. So these are, again, different aspects that you should be factoring into that robust cyber hygiene that you're going to put in place for your organizations. Next slide, please. So then, why do we need, or why do you need the policies and procedures? So on the left-hand side, Eric talked about the top 5 here that are really the key cyber security threats to healthcare organizations. There's small organization requirements that many of you have, from a small organization to medium and large healthcare organizational requirements. And you can see what they have in it, whether or not it's regulatory, whether or not it's as well looking at it from HIPAA, or you're doing credit card. And so all these various standards and best practices that organizations need to look at. And then the third-party risk assurance and third-party risk management that I was mentioning that you need to take into consideration as part of that robust cyber hygiene. Next slide, please. So, if you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, this is great, and in fact, in many cases, you may want to look to leverage third-party entities to assist you with intrusion detection, penetration testing, phishing campaigns. That's all a great part of the cyber hygiene. From the need to look at third-party accreditation or certification, again, what you should be thinking about is, hey, I'd like a third party to review my infrastructure, my policies, my procedures, my controls, my contingency plan, and to look at it objectively and to provide feedback to us to determine if we have any other gaps that we need to remediate, and be looking at this across from the standpoint as well, all of the regulatory aspects. Eric talked about Nist, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, all their various publications in cybersecurity, and the General Data Protection Regulation. All of these need to be looked at holistically across your organization. So having third-party certification and accreditation to look at the readiness of your cyber hygiene within your organization is really a great way to try to mitigate some of the risks, identify if there's anything else, and to help to continue to evolve your overall cyber hygiene in your organization. Next slide, please. And again, this is the Nist framework. This kind of takes you through some pieces, so I won't go into it, but it's another example of a maturity model that you can look at for your organization and provides another aspect of compare. Next slide. And so what I wanted to end is with some of the resources that are available. Eric, again, as far as the hiccup, there's a number of resources there that are listed. There's the CSO, enac.org. We have a number of resources as well. HITRUST is also a certifier. So both ENAC, HITRUST are providing the frameworks for certification and accreditation as a third-party entity to review your entities. The International Association of Privacy Professionals and the SANS Institute is another. These are good resources, and so you can look at any of these. There's a lot of great information there that you can look to leverage to help you through. So that's kind of my last slide. So I'll turn it back to you, Tina. I know we don't have too much time left.
Well, Lee, you did a phenomenal job finishing up by 4 o'clock. It was really chock full of excellent information, and I'm so thankful to the three of you for joining us today. We are at the top of the hour. I can't leave without mentioning the suit of armor behind Eric and thinking about him as a cybersecurity person on the attack against hackers. That suit of armor was really apropos for today's discussion. It was
We're
great.
on the defense. That's what armor is.
You're on the defense. You got your armor at the ready. I love it. Well, I wanted to thank the three of you for joining us today. And we've got your contact information here, and hope that if we do have follow-up questions, that you all would be willing to answer those. And just wanted to thank you again. And we do have, of course, our survey up on the screen here. So folks participating, please fill it out. But wanted to thank Lee, Eric, and Julie for their time today and expertise.
Thanks, Tina.
Great. Good to see you all. Take care.
All right. You as well.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Great. So Marilyn, if you're there, it looks like we're turning now to the top town hall discussion with WEDI members at large.
Yes, Tina, thank you. That was a nice discussion and panel that we just completed. I wanted to just ask folks, I know we've had a long day and we've got just a couple of more things to do. We were hoping that many of you could stay with us. We want to quickly run through a series of questions which are intended to help facilitate information for us about certain topics that are important to WEDI, but also to all of you, and really use this in this virtual format as more of an interactive session. And then at the conclusion, Tina and I are going to talk a little bit about our work group in terms of WEDI and the privacy and security topics that we cover. So if folks are interested in participating, we'll be giving some more information about that. But if it's okay, Tina, maybe we could ask Michael, who has really done a fantastic job and has done a tremendous amount of work in terms of getting this event up and running. And he's actually been handling all of the technical components behind the scenes today. So Michael, thank you very much. If we could focus, I guess, on the first question, we'll give everybody a couple of minutes to complete it. But this is really about you as attendees. What are your responsibilities as it pertains to cybersecurity for your organization? And if you have wear more than one hat in your role, you can certainly select more than one option here. It looks like we've got a pretty good mix of expertise in terms of our participants.
That's right.
We're almost at about 40% of voting. So Tina, it looks like we're moving into some additional questions. From my perspective, it looks like it's going automatically. The next one has to do with training on cybersecurity protocols within your organization. Have you received it? And if so, yes or no. If anybody wants to give specifics, I guess you can offer that in the chat feature as well.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some folks responding in chat who might not fit into the categories maybe put forward in the survey, which is fine. And if folks cannot see the survey for some reason, please let us know. I actually don't see it on my screen, but here it is. Okay.
Excuse me. This is one, Tina, that I would be hesitant to answer. Within the past year, have you received an email that was later identified as a phishing attempt? I'll also admit that, my company for a while was doing these test scenarios where they would send out false phishing emails.
Oh,
I was snagged in a few of those and had to undergo training. So,
oh, that's good though that they do that. One ran across us yesterday asking us to do a survey on one of our consultants, and we knew, I guess, I had a feeling not to open it, and we learned later that it was a phishing attempt.
from what I can see, it looks like almost 75% of individuals have been at least involved in some level in terms of a phishing attempt. So that is definitely something that's helpful.
Yep.
The next question asks whether you're part of any groups, listserv, forums, or others that allow you to stay current with industry security best practices and emerging threats and trends. Looks like almost everyone is. I know I'm not frequently involved in listservs, but Tina and I, our work in the work group has really touched upon a lot of the different topics that we've talked about today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to, Tina, share your perspective about the work group and what we focus on while we're waiting for the next question?
Yeah, I'd love to, Marilyn. For folks who are not familiar with WEDI's Privacy and Security Work Group who are with us today, we meet monthly and we discuss healthcare at large, privacy and security related issues. We seek feedback from WEDI members so that we can help primarily from a policy standpoint, advocacy, as well as best practices standpoint about educating each other on how to be better ready from a security standpoint, understanding privacy policies, and perhaps communications with government that's necessary in order to promote the interests of WEDI members as it relates to privacy and security policy. So it's a great forum to be a part of. Marilyn and I welcome more and more attendees. We really enjoy the work that we do. At some point, maybe we'll all be able to get together at conferences again, which are always a lot of fun. But yeah, it's a wonderful forum to educate and learn from others. And we are also very I would say oriented towards work group approaches to our products. We seek the expertise of our members in helping us pull together correspondence and webinars and things of that sort, and really value that expertise that resides within the work group members.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate, Tina. We are very lucky to have the opportunity to collaborate with so many folks within the healthcare industry as part of that work group. And so you and I really benefit from the collaboration that takes place. So if anybody is interested in participating, please let either Tina or me know, or Michael McNutt, or any of the other WEDI folks. They'd be happy to connect you with us.
That's right. And the questions that we are polling everybody on today will also, the answers will be used to help us form some of our work group material for 2021, so that we can be hopefully responsive and connected to those within the WEDI work group as we work on these cybersecurity issues. So I don't know, Michael, at the end, will we be posting the results to all of these questions?
We can develop a slide that we can put on the event page at the end of this week with all the results of what everyone entered.
Great. Okay, that's excellent.
This is the final question on screen now.
Okay.
And hopefully everyone has enjoyed the survey in the interactive format. We've tried to make it as interactive as possible today, and we certainly appreciated all of the questions that we've received. Just as a reminder, we will be sending out the slides that were utilized today to everyone who registered for the event, and we'll be following up with other questions, particularly those that we didn't have time to ask and answer.
And I wanted to make a call out in the chat to the college student who's with us today. I think it's wonderful that we have a student learning from this free format. And it really feels great that WEDI is out there as an educational resource for students who are, you know, maybe trying to figure out what kind of profession they want to go into and learning some of the details about what professionals do in this space. So Brittany in college, thanks for joining us today.
And Tina, Brittany in college may have more information that she could probably educate us about. I know many of the college courses are very up to speed in terms of security trends and privacy risks.
So true.
Perhaps Brittany will be joining us as a speaker someday.
That would be great.
One thing to quickly point out, when we do a lot of
Michael,
these,
it appears to me from the screen that we're having a lot of good feedback in terms of folks still staying with us and responding to the survey.
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So if there are any comments that anyone would like to leave in the chat before we adjourn, we welcome them. And while it's not our immediate objective, we do see that after attending this event, 36% of you are more nervous today than you were yesterday about ransomware. So we're sorry that you are more nervous, but it's a good nervous because hopefully that will kind of inspire additional change within your organizations.
And Michael, just in terms of closing, I had to turn my video off because my technical capability here is getting a little bit unstable, probably due to the storm. But at any rate, I did want to, on behalf of Tina and myself, thank Charles Steller for allowing us the opportunity to invite speakers and offer this event for free to everyone. One of WEDI's main objectives is really to promote dialogue and education, and have found the topics and the presenters useful, and that the information conveyed was actionable, and actually you learned something. I know that I certainly did. So thank you.
I echo that, Marilyn. It was an absolutely wonderful day of information. And I did see a question here, Marilyn, in the chat. We had someone asking if WEDI will be hosting some events on the Cures Act interoperability requirements for healthcare providers. So WEDI does have multiple work groups. Marilyn and I manage the privacy and security work group. So as the Cures Act relates to privacy and security, that would fall under Marilyn and my purview as work group leads. There are, though, other work groups at WEDI that may be handling other aspects of the interoperability requirements for healthcare providers. So just wanted to let that person know. And Michael, I'm not sure if you wanted to add any more to the other work groups based on that question.
Oh, what was that question again, Tina?
Wondering if WEDI will be hosting events on the Cures Act related to interoperability requirements.
I am very sure that we will be. As I mentioned to the group as a whole a second ago, we are actually in the midst of planning our 2021 educational schedule. So definitely the Cures Act, along with a great list of things will be mentioned. We have some fantastic educational initiatives that are be coming out that are going to be very different from what we typically produce for WEDI. So be on the lookout for more exciting content on top of our anchor events, our summer forum, our spring conference, and our national conference as well. Our next major event will be February 23rd and 24th. It will be the Quest for Health Equity, a look at health equity and how data interoperability can assist.
Excellent and important topic.
I think we're good to go and we can adjourn for the day. And for all you folks out on the mid-Atlantic, can enjoy the snow/freezing rain.
That's great. Well, Michael, on behalf of Marilyn and me, I know both of us really appreciate your support behind the scenes and really appreciate you making this conference what it was today. So thanks, Michael, for all your help in pulling it together, and Charles as well for hosting and leading WEDI, which is such a tremendous organization.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And on behalf of WEDI, everyone, we hope and wish all of you a happy and safe holiday season.
Thanks, everybody.